promise we'd play MG. I didn't. At no point did I ever state that I was playing MGS3 over fucking not doing this. Wait, let me open up the blinds to get some airflow in here. Oh god, I was gonna work out today, but we went shopping with my roommate and fucking I picked up some fish sticks, and then I ate the fish sticks, and I felt like vomiting for like the next 5 hours. Like I tried to work out and I was just like, this isn't happening. If this happens, I'm vomiting. And I don't like to waste food. But yes, at no point did I say we were playing MGS3 tonight. I said specifically, I am going to read this whole file. One way or another. If we have some extra time, I might do the boss rush. Just to prove a point. How can one man be so bad at simply exist? What, because I refuse to fucking... Because I refuse to play MGS3? Why does that put me on Mother Nature's shit list? Oh, it even makes the page turning sound. Oh god, I should play some music over this, probably. Oh, there's a faster way to do this. So I didn't have to, You can't even fish stick. All I did was stick him into... All I did was put him in the air fryer. The directions said to put him in the air fryer. I put him in the air fryer, and then I ate him, and then I had, like, extreme diarrhea. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Fucking... Okay, let's get started. I have 324 pages to get through. It's probably... Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll play the, fucking, play the Metal Gear Solid OST over this. Play Snake Eater on Okay. Fucking... Oh, I didn't realize that the Patriots theme from MGS2 was in MGS1. I didn't hear this the first time around. Like, I could hear the trumpets. God, that's so cool. Alrighty, let's get started. Hey, Alex. I'll try to keep up with chat as we go. I grabbed... I don't have a whiskey. I'm debating whether or not I want to drink for this part, but I do have on a turtleneck sweater to kind of get in the mood. I was unable to find any decent slacks or sweatpants. God damn it. Fine. Let me... Fuck. If I'm doing this, I need booze. I don't have whiskey. All I have is... Wait, I do have whiskey. Give me a sec. If we're doing this right. Okay, I'm going to destroy you before the evening is through. Oh no. Okay, so what I was able to find Okay. I don't have, like, actual... I have something called Grand Marnier. It has been sitting on the bottom of my cabinet for an extended period of time. It is liqueur made with cognac and orange liqueur. It also has the name Paris on it for some reason that I don't understand because it doesn't look French. I don't know, I don't... Do the French drink whiskey? I don't think they do. They probably drink, like, wine or some shit. Yeah, we're not even 10 minutes in. We're already bashing the French. They're like, oh, wow, that was fast. Okay. So, the best way to do this, in my experience, is to progressively... You're like, that's a banned word. Don't you ever be talking about here. That's our word. A liqueur made from fine cognac, flavored with the essence of bitter orange, commonly used in cocktails and desserts. Predominantly is a digestive. Oh, I was having stomach problems earlier. This is perfect. I mean, it's like 2 years old, but... I mean, it should still be good, right? I mean, it's booze. Booze doesn't go bad. Booze doesn't go bad. Huh, I can't seem to get it open. Oh, it's a cork. It's not a twist. Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, God. Whoa, you can smell the oranges. So I have what is probably rotten booze because it's been sitting at the bottom of my pantry for 2 years. But it's kind of all we have because I'm saving the moonshine for when I hang out with Evan and the guys again. What do you think? Should we just go out? You know, fuck, we're going off the deep end. Oh, God. That looks like some fucking horrid shit. What's that? 40% alcohol? Oh my God. Hey there, seahorse. When are you... After you finish... Oh God. I did say in the Discord that I was bringing booze. I said whiskey. I couldn't find whiskey. I got orange liqueur. Apparently this is used as this is the Pepto-Bismol of alcohol, which sounds good to me. I was supposed to work today. Guess who didn't work today? The office was closed, they said. Okay, well, before we kick this thing off, I'm gonna drink this glass. It's about, what, 3 shots? And then we'll just dive in. Fucking shit. I did have... You guys think I should put on slacks, too, if I'm doing this? Like, I already have the turtleneck sweater. I have the slacks and the Crusader helmet. I could maybe, like, use the webcam with the Crusader helmet on and just kind of, like, put that in the corner. We have to make this as atmospheric as possible. I don't have a fireplace. I do have a candle and I like that. There we go. I mean, the candle's mostly glass at this point, but people used to smoke glass, right? It turns out the real scam was the friends we made along the way. Okay, I got a candle for atmosphere. I mean, you guys can't see it, but... Oh, yes, that shit smells like fucking burning plastic. Oh, God. Just put that over there for now. Oh, scheisse. Okay. Let's kick this pig. I got my orange liqueur. I got my can of energy drink. Ah. Fuck. This tastes like... Actually, that ain't half bad. Are you sure this is French? It doesn't taste like shit. Not saying that French people taste like shit. Not that I've eaten French people before, but... Ah, yes. I participate in cannibalism. This is my confession. I'm actually Ed Gein. This has all been an elaborate ruse. Okay, first shot down. Here's a second. Wow, that really does smell like oranges. I know, I'm used to everything tasting like harsh. I'm not used to anything fruity. Aside from you guys calling me fruity. Which surprisingly didn't happen nearly as often as I think. Okay, that's the second. Here's the third. God, I fucking hate the taste of booze. Anyone who drinks alcohol and tries to tell me, "Oh yeah, I drink it for the taste," you're full of shit. You're fucking lying. Okay, that's the third one. Adios, mio. Okay, I think that's suitable. I'm gonna restart the Metal Gear Solid 1 OST, and then we're gonna start reading. For those of you who don't know what this is a completely all-text account, at least from my understanding of the events of Shadow Moses from MGS1, from the perspective of Nastasha Romanenko, the nuclear physicist who assisted us when we infiltrated Shadow Moses. Apparently she wrote a whole book about it. Okie dokie. Let's get it, shall we? In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, The Unofficial Truth, by Nastasha Romanenkov. I dedicate this book to the casualties of Shadow Moses, as well as all those who suffered the tyranny of the nuclear weapons, and to Richard Amos. Prologue. Shadow Moses Island, XX, degree mark XX, X, a lot of, what? The fuck are those? Okay, anyway. Even the local fishermen rarely venture to this outcropping of land, yet the incident of all incidents took place in this remote isle north of Alaska's Fox Islands. But yeah, Seahorse, if you're looking for prime going to sleep material, me getting hammered and reading this is top tier. This is definitely I'm about to put you to sleep. I'm surprised G isn't already knocked out. A number of confirmed facts undermine the U.S. government's denial of the entire affair. Among those are the sudden appearance of the Ohio-class nuclear submarine, the USS Discovery off Shadow Moses, far away from its designated position, and an official record that shows that a squadron of 6 fully armed F-117 Nighthawks departed from Galena Air Force Base for Alaska a scant 16 hours later. In another possibly related event, an E-3C AWACS on emergency deployment to the Alaska area is said to have none other than the then National Security Advisor Jim Houseman as its onboard VIP. What exactly happened on Shadow Moses? There was no lack of rumors to account for the series of unusual military activities. An armed incursion, a coup attempt by a branch of the military, and other theories made its way to the public table. I can state unequivocally that none of them came close to the truth. What actually took place was the single greatest terror incident in modern history. It was an act of political violence on a scale the world has never seen. A blow that threatened to send the Damocles sword of nuclear warfare into a freefall. Most significant of all, the attacks stemmed from the several so-called black projects which the U.S. government has been conducting in top secret, away from public scrutiny. I have in my hand 2 optical discs. One contains the entire record of events that took place on Shadow Moses Island that fateful day. The takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal plant by an armed group. Other key points of this incredible record are the identification of the perpetrators as the government's own genetically enhanced next-generation commandos and a covert special forces squad Foxhound with a long dark history of secret intervention. The existence of one Metal Gear Rex, a bipedal nuclear-capable tank whose development was one of the most classified projects of all time. The discovery of a massive government conspiracy, and the activities of a former Foxhound operator who single-handedly took on this daunting situation and averted the crisis, a man who's only known by his codename, Solid Snake. I'm just amusing myself, imagine Mei-Ling taking Solid as the snake up the pooper. God, Snake Tales last night was a fucking ride, wasn't it? Jesus, I was in stitches that entire section. That was so fucking stupid. I loved it. The other remaining disc holds the details of Project Foxtie, a massive cover-up which the U.S. government planned and executed in order to prevent exposure. There are, after all, forces within the U.S. government who seek to maintain the military power structure established in the last century, and will not hesitate to resuscitate the terror of nuclear arms in order to achieve that end. My intent is to expose their activity and the entirety of the Shadow Moses affair through this book. Only then can we hope to free the coming generations from the damn Nosa Hereditas of the 20th century nuclear arms race. I looked up from the massive documents at the sound of the doorbell. On the monitor in front of me was a half-finished status report on the resurgence of nuclear arms development in a certain Middle Eastern state. The UNSCOM... Oh god, I think the candle started burning the glass. Oh shit. Yeah, the fucking candle went out. Well, that would explain the glass plastic smell. Anyway, the UNSCOM, United Nations Special Commission, had officially requested a survey by the UN weapons inspectors and had been refused entry. The tensions were once again running high in the Gulf. As a military analyst whose specialty was nuclear arms, I was under contract from a think tank to produce a study of the situation. It was due the day after the next, and interruptions were definitely not welcome. I ground out my cigarette in the ashtray and stepped out of the study. All visitors to my house are checked via surveillance camera and then let in through the heavy gate. The property itself is surrounded by a high wall. It may seem like overkill for a beach community, but security is a necessity in greater Los Angeles, if only to keep out the legion of swimsuit-clad tourists. However, there was nobody to be seen at the gate. It was either a prank or the camera was malfunctioning. Reluctant to investigate, but feeling unsettled nevertheless, I headed back to the study and sat back down at the computer to continue my work. Just then, someone spoke behind me. You always were a little careless. I spun around, kicking my chair over. There was a man standing at the entrance of the study, slouching in a well-tailored suit. Richard. He caught my eye and grinned. Ignoring my surprise, he strolled into the room, gazing around the pile of books and papers. And still as unorganized as... still as disorganized as ever. He shrugged his shoulders in a familiar gesture, triggering a wave of memories laced with bitterness. Richard Ames and I were married once upon a time. We were both young and working for the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. We spent much of our brief marriage in disagreement over virtually every issue, and just as I came to realize that our union was a mistake, he disappeared from my life. A while later, I received the paperwork for divorce from his lawyer. There was a generous alimony offer involved, which I refused. Not only did I find the thought of owing him anything intolerable, I also wanted to prove that he was not the only one who could walk away without an explanation. The divorce was finalized without us ever meeting face to face, and we were legally strangers once again. In the 5 years since, I quit the DIA and became a freelance analyst. I had not seen Richard at all, nor even heard of his whereabouts. 5% in. It's not too late to know where I'm committed. I'm committed. I've already started drinking. It's too late now. I have the whiskey, the turtleneck sweater. You're lucky I didn't grab the Crusader helmet or the horse mask and turn on the webcam. I already have the candle lit, but it's steadily burning up the rest of the glass because there's no wax left. How'd you get in here? I demanded. After all, attempting to scale the wall or force the front door would immediately trigger the security system, but he refused to be ruffled. If you're gonna bother to use a flimsy lock like that, may as well not bother. I'd recommend a more professional security setup. Does the term breaking and entering mean anything to you, Richard? You know law isn't my field of expertise. He replied nimbly and peered over my shoulder at the report on the computer display. Radioisotope projectile separator, uranium-235 production feasibility for high-speed gas centrifuge. This must be about that Middle East nuke development. Looks like your career's going well. That's great. I pushed Richard aside and asked him flatly, "What do you want?" He took a step back and regarded me with a slightly mischievous smile. "What, you afraid I came to give us another chance?" He let the silence linger as if to relish my reaction. Then suddenly formal, he continued. "It's an official request from the DIA." He placed a folder on the desk. "I'm asking for your cooperation as a member of NEST. NEST stands for Nuclear Emergency Search Team, a group that operates in the Department of Energy budget. It was established in 1974 to produce technological support to the FBI in areas of intelligence, investigation, site procurement, damage containment, and medical response during incidents involving criminal threats of nuclear weapon use. Call it a band of experts on nuclear terrorism, if you will. NEST consists of independently contracted scientists from federally funded research entities like Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore, and military specialists from groups dealing with nuclear arms issues. I happen to be one of the latter group. Richard was opening the file folder. You've heard of Shadow Moses Island, I assume. It's not whiskey. Stop with it. What the fuck is it? Grand Marnier. It said it's made with cognac and orange liqueur. Does that just make this a liqueur? To me, this is basically just French whiskey. This is the closest you're getting to whiskey tonight. I don't have actual whiskey. I nodded assent. I had indeed heard of the remote place north of Alaska's Fox Islands. Though it was hardly public knowledge, the island was home to a nuclear weapons disposal facility. According to the terms of the START II, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, the total number of tactical nuclear warheads owned by the U.S. and Russia were reduced to somewhere between 3,000 and 3,500 in the later decades of the 20th century. The outcome was a massive number of warheads in need of disposal when there was already a shortage of storage space for radioactive materials. As a result, warheads had to be kept somewhere before they could be dismantled, and the radioactive elements extracted for long-term storage. The Shadow Moses facility was the answer. It was the crystallization of the forces of nuclear proliferation, political engineering that gives preference to delaying a solution rather than producing one, and a hidden military agenda to preserve what it could of an old nuclear stockpile. Richard took out several photographs in the folder and handed them to me. They all appeared to be satellite captures of the nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses Island, perhaps acquired from the NRO, National Reconnaissance Office. There were multiple human figures around the building structures. Richard broke the silence. The disposal plant was seized by terrorists. I looked up sharply at the news, but his next words left me speechless. And the ringleaders are Foxhound members. And a regular team of the best commandos the military has to offer, armed with cutting-edge technology. That was Foxhound. The best of the best and completely unknown to the public they ostensibly serve. Their function was to intervene in the kind of low-intensity conflicts the U.S. cannot officially touch. They were the shadow soldiers of numerous regional conflicts and civil wars, shaping history with sabotage, selective assassination, and other covert acts of war. Richard had more to say. It's not just Foxhound that's involved in this. Foxhound was conducting joint exercises with the Next Generation Special Forces, and they're part of the takeover as well. The Next Generation Special Forces is an aggressive anti-terrorism squad deployed to counter acts of political violence, involving weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare methods. The combat philosophy is derived from the one used for Force 21, and most of the recruits came from a mercenary background. The men are intensively trained in VR environment, and their combat capability is estimated to be well beyond even those of Delta Force or the Night Stalkers. While the government categorically denies the accusation, there are persistent rumors that the men have been genetically enhanced to increase tactical advantage. Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces. They were without a doubt the most skilled group of fighting men produced by the U.S., and they had hijacked a nuclear arsenal. Richard had more bad news. There were also civilian hostages involved. Two of them happened to be the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, and Kenneth Baker, the president of Armtex Incorporated. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, is the research satellite of the U.S. Defense Department, charged with planning and leading the development of new weapons technology. AT happens to be one of the top 3 defense contractors in the country. There's no such thing as a coincidence, especially the kind that involves the head of these two organizations meeting in an out-of-the-way nuclear weapons disposal plant. I decided to be direct with Richard. There's something going on in that disposal facility, I take it? Let me guess. A demonstration of a new weapon. How should I know? Shadow Moses is also a prime Northern Lights observation locale, you know. Whatever Richard knew, he wasn't telling, but his evasiveness only confirmed my suspicions. Whatever was going on, this was no ordinary terrorist incident. With that in mind, I moved on to another point. What are their demands? They want a body. Not just any corpse, though. They want Foxhound's founder, Big Boss. Legendary soldier, best fighting man of the 20th century, the whole works. His body? Why do they want something like that so badly? No idea, but unless they have it within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear strike. Richard glanced at his watch coolly. So we have about 19 hours. You don't seem too worried. The DoD is already working on the situation. Just as I'd suspected, Richard always has a plan in place and the machinery in motion before opening up to someone else. All he asks from others is approval after the fact. Shadow Moses is completely locked down. We had to rule out deploying an entire assault team. Instead, we're inserting a single operative to free the hostages and prevent the nuclear strike. Impossible. Possible? For Solid Snake. Solid Snake. The former Foxhound, a legend among mercenaries for single-handedly bringing down the fortress cities of Outer Heaven and Zanzibar land. Yeah, with Solid Snake in the picture, there's a possibility of success, but still. USS Discovery, an Ohio-class nuclear submarine, is already in place with Snake aboard. So the plan was already a go. I looked Richard in the eye and held his gaze. And what do I have to do with all this? He grinned. Snake may be a legend, but he knows jack about nuclear weapons, which is why I'm asking you to be a part of this mission support. We'll have you set up in no time. Right on cue, two men started to move a large piece of hardware, apparently communication equipment, into the study. Richard nodded toward the bulky load. I'd like you to be available for Snake, for consultation via satellite link-up. As soon as the equipment was in place, an engineer type started to make adjustments. I could see another group of men setting up a satellite dish in the backyard. They were all in civilian clothes, but not a few of them had the build and the oddly fitting jacket that marked them as armed military personnel. Clearly, refusal was not an option. But there's still something that puzzled me. Ness has a small investigation team, SRT, on standby at all times for immediate response. They were stationed at Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, just over in Nevada. Clearly, they were the natural choice for this assignment. And if not the SRT, the DIA also had a number of qualified nuclear weapons specialists. Richard had started to direct his men on where to set up the equipment, but I interrupted him. Why me? He turned and answered without missing a beat. I need people I can trust. There's too much at stake. It was a lie. The Richard Ames I knew trusted no one, but it was clear that whatever the reason, he did not intend to tell me. It's a good thing I was in. What would you have done if I weren't? You have to be somewhere. Would have located you. I'm sure you would have. So are you in? I took a deep breath. Of course. I don't enjoy being a pawn, especially Richard's, but I have no intention of standing by while nuclear terrorism was in progress. A nuclear strike takes an untold number of lives, all in the blink of an eye. Adults and infants, women and men, it kills indiscriminately. If there was a chance that I could do something to stay the hand on the nuclear button, I had to do it. So everything is set. Richard slapped a fist into the other palm. Okay. I'm going to restart the OST, and I'm going to try and keep it, like, relevant to what's going on. I'll do my best. Fuck it, I'll just have that open, and then... I told you guys, I was not shitting you when I said I'd read the whole fucking thing. Don't underestimate my ability to be... me. Shit. Insertion was a success. Snake is on Shadow Moses. Richard walked into the study with the update he'd just received from one of his men. The study was almost unrecognizable thanks in part to the racks of communication hardware. Cables snaked across every square inch of available space, and engineers and DIA agents were coming and going in controlled chaos. The place looked like what it now was, a temporary mission control room. Turn that down just ever so slightly. Richard laid a hand on my shoulder. You should be hearing from him soon. You clear on how to use the radio? I nodded assent. While the engineers were busy setting up the equipment, I'd been briefed on its use as well as the mission. Snake had been delivered to the general area of Shadow Moses Island by USS Discovery, an Ohio-class nuclear submarine. He was then ejected from the submarine on a swim delivery vehicle, an SDV, which he abandoned once within the range of underwater listening devices located near the disposal plant. He would swim the rest of the way in the freezing cold Bering Sea water. It was better that than the guy who went in a giant fucking tuna. This last leg of the insertion struck me as nothing short of suicidal, until a solid snake was outfitted with a state-of-the-art sneaking suit and had been injected with a compound designed to prevent the onset of hypothermia. In addition, while Snake would be the only field operative involved, he would be in radio contact with the support team during much of the mission. The members of this support team drew from a wide range of backgrounds. The mission control officer was Colonel Roy Campbell, who would remain aboard the USS Discovery. I knew him by reputation alone. He was a former Foxhound commander and Solid Snake CO during the quelling of the 1999 Zanzibar land uprising. He'd retired soon after, but from the looks of things, been called out of retirement for this mission. Dr. Naomi Hunter, a genetic engineering expert on a temporary assignment from the Gentech giant ATGC, was also on the team. She had apparently been leading the bioengineering program for Foxhound. Richard matter-of-factly confirmed that both Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces had been undergoing genetic manipulation to enhance their combat capability. I have a difficult time grasping what we have to come to. Modifying a person's essential genetic structure for the sake of creating a better soldier. Also aboard the Discovery was Mei Ling. the inventor of the new radar and communication system deployed for this mission. She was something of an engineering wunderkind, an MIT student who managed to turn the current protocol of secure communication completely on its head. The last of the support team was McDonald Miller, a former survival instructor for Foxhound. Unlike the rest of us, he had volunteered his services upon receiving news of the incident on Shadow Moses. Like myself, he was working via satellite link-up from his home in Alaska. The five of us were more than equipped to support Snake from our respective areas of expertise, but Snake was still the lone field operative, and the mission was a desperate one. Despite that, Richard maintained that this was the most workable plan produced by the DoD situation analysis. In hindsight, perhaps I should have suspected something then. The signs of a conspiracy were there, cleverly disguised as it was in a seemingly reckless mission plan. But we failed to see it, and both Solid Snake and I were to regret our folly bitterly. "It's time, Nastasha," Richard called out as the call signal came on. The line was already live as I nodded to him and took my position. I could feel myself growing keener, more on edge. "This is Nastasha Romanenko. Good to meet you, Solid Snake. You the nuke expert that the Colonel was talking about?" The voice that responded over the radio was above all things calm. He was a man operating alone out of a deeply hostile territory, and I could sense nothing resembling tension or impatience in his tone. Instead, it was as level and unruffled as someone answering a routine telephone call at their office desk. Impressed, I continued on. "Correct. If you have any questions about nuclear technology, all you need to do is ask. My department is military analysis, so I should be able to provide support with weapons information as well. I was called into this mission as a nuclear emergency search team, NAS consultant, and I'd like to emphasize that my cooperation was freely given. I have no intention of allowing any nuclear strikes on my watch, let alone the rogue kind. Let me work with you on this one." You get to the point fast, don't you? There's a missile that's about to fly. A nuclear strike can never be someone else's problem, and I'm not good at standing around twiddling my thumbs. Not that I can do little more than advise in this case. That fact was all too obvious. Snake was the one who was putting his life on the line in Alaska, and I was safe and sound in California. All I could do was talk over the radio. Snake's voice became less abrupt. "It may not seem like much, but it's enough. No one's asking you to come out here and fight. That's my job. Anyway, Nastasha, I'll be counting on your help." It was a strangely comforting voice, a voice that inspired trust. "Same here," as I answered. I resolved myself to do everything in my power to help him complete this mission. The nuclear weapons disposal plan on Shadow Moses dates back to 2002. It was built solely for the purpose of temporarily storing nuclear warheads slated for disposal. I started to brief Snake on the background of the disposal facility, running through the points he needed to know. My first short exchange with Solid Snake ever, I was beginning to understand why he was called the man who makes the impossible possible. The icy calm in the face of insurmountable difficulty, the absolute confidence made it suddenly seem possible that he would pull off this deadly mission. He had the power to make me believe. I grew conscious of Richard's gaze. "What?" "Oh, just you have a kind of glow about you when you're working. I like it." "A glow?" "Funny, they used to call it workaholism in the past. I found it very unappealing, I recall." Time flies. People change their minds." "It's called nostalgia. But you'll dislike it again soon enough." "Perhaps." Richard continued to look at me. Solid Snake certainly managed to live up to his reputation. He adroitly wove his way through the enemy's patrols and infiltrated the nuclear weapons disposal plant, where he made contact with Donald Anderson, the DARPA director. Throughout the mission, we had radio monitoring capability over Snake's every movement thanks to his internal nanomachines. It was through this access channel that I learned a shocking fact. Donald Anderson, discovered in solitary confinement by Solid Snake, confirmed that the terrorists had full nuclear capability, and that Shadow Moses Island was the site of a field exercise for Metal Gear. Metal Gear. The very mention of that name sent me reeling. Oh, wait, there we go. Metal Gear, yeah. It was the ultimate weapon, a nuclear-capable bipedal tank that could launch a rapid and accurate nuclear strike from virtually any terrain, from mountains to marshlands to the desert dunes. It could bestow the dubious privilege of initiating a missile strike from sites that were previously out of the question as launch locations. For that very reason, analysts had long predicted that if brought to fruition, Metal Gear technology would rewrite the tactical map of the world. There are speculations that this unholy grail of weapons development was being pursued late last century in the South African fortress state of Outer Heaven, then in the ultra-naturalist sovereignty of Zanzibar land in Central Asia. One source went so far as to claim that a working prototype had been produced, but the weapon never made it onto the world military stage. Instead, it was destroyed by a Special Forces operative. The squad in question was Foxhound, and the operative was a man codenamed Solid Snake. I briefly wondered if it was some strange quirk of fate that had brought Snake into this latest incident, but I knew Richard too well. Snake had to have been called in because of his past battles. Whoever had planned this mission had been thorough, and the more I realized the fact, the less I liked it. A few years ago, I interviewed a high-ranking DoD official and led the conversation to the subject of Metal Gear. His response at the time was that the U.S. had very little interest in developing a weapon like Metal Gear. Not that he officially admitted that such a thing as the Metal Gear existed, on a purely hypothetical level, if such a technology were available. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, nuclear arsenals built to enforce the idea of mutually assured destruction had lost its justification, and the deterrent argument was losing ground. Yeah, this is basically like the fucking Illuminati, because in the Metal Gear universe, these aren't like known facts. I read the ones before this at a previous time, otherwise I would like state as such. Fucking, I read them when I booted up the game, and that was before I realized this was 324 pages. But now, I'm finally reading it. I'm about 3 shots deep into this. If I say whiskey, G's gonna fucking kill me, so, I'm just gonna call this French liqueur. I could tell it's French liqueur because it kind of tastes like shit. At least it's not wine. In the current multilateral world order rife with smaller regional powers, as he put it, development priority lay with cruise missiles and smaller weapons with lower lethality that could also be carried by stealth bombers. He also went on to note that Metal Gear, with its affinity for rough terrain, would be extremely difficult to discover and destroy. Hence, it was the perfect nuclear strike system for rogue states. He was deeply concerned that if such non-democratic sovereignties were to get a hold of Metal Gear technology, the resulting upset in the balance of military power would lead to a massive rupture in world order. It was a fear that I myself shared. An artifact of the Cold War, the devil's candy created by nuclear proliferation. That was what Metal Gear seemed to be. So why was this weapon, a cutting-edge technology that was politically long obsolete, being developed once again on American soil? It was possible that the Defense Department wanted to restore last century's nuclear strategy to the national agenda. But did this new Metal Gear have something that set it far apart from Metal Gear as I knew it? Anderson had more to say. Metal Gear's launch key consisted of 2 separate passwords, one held by Anderson himself and the others by Kenneth Baker, the president of ArmsTech. Anderson's own password is already in the terrorists' hands, and he feared that the same was true for Baker's. A renegade Foxhound sidekick, codenamed Psycho Mantis, had literally read Anderson's mind and obtained the key. The bottom line was that the terrorists could activate Metal Gear and launch the missile whenever they pleased. The worst-case scenario had come true. However, Anderson revealed that there was still a way to prevent the nuclear strike. Kenneth Baker alone had the emergency override key that could be used to re-enter the launch code and cancel the missile launch. Even if the terrorists had already completed preparation for a strike, the override would reverse the process. His only hope now riding on obtaining the override key, Snake attempted to leave the cell area with Anderson in tow. We heard the terrible cries over the radio at the same time Snake did. Anderson had suddenly started to clutch his own chest in agony, and before he could even recover from our initial shock, he was dead. Dr. Naomi Hunter, monitoring the situation from on board the USS Discovery, tentatively diagnosed the cause of death as a heart attack. Snake walked out of the cell alone in search of Kenneth Baker, leaving behind what had until recently been Donald Anderson, Chief of DARPA. I'm going to kill you. I was going to say, gee, turn it into the real Snake Eater. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't apply at all. Why do I say that? Oh, if I'm going to be killed, it might as well be by someone I know. It's either that or my roommate's going to accidentally kill me. I'm in a sports car. He has a sports car. I have a bike. A bicycle. I don't have a motorbike. Alright, what exactly is going on here? I confronted Richard as soon as I confirmed Snake's safe departure. You know the situation. There was a Metal Gear Field There was a Metal Gear Field exercise being conducted on Shadow Moses. Foxhound and the Next Generation commandos were in charge of the exercise, and now they're threatening to use the Metal Gear to launch a nuclear strike. Apparently, I didn't know about that particular situation. If you say so. I glared at Richard, but he didn't turn a hair. He knew as well as I did that I could not abandon the mission. Even if I did refuse to cooperate further, there was an entire group of DoD personnel around me that would not permit that to happen. I briefly closed my eyes and brought the recent events into focus again. What happened to Anderson? Why is he dead? This time I could see a trace of a reaction in Richard's eyes. It's hard to say from our end. Naomi thinks it was a heart attack, but I'll have his medical records pulled just in case. He turned and left the study, presumably to give orders to that effect. The sounds and the voice being broadcast on the radio told me that Snake was moving deeper into the complex in search of Kenneth Baker. Snake found the Arms Tech president in one of the underground levels. Kenneth Baker was bound... Oh, wait. Here we go. I gotta play, where is it? Before Snake could free Baker... What is it? Kenneth Baker is bound to a steel girder along with multiple packets of C4 explosives. Before Snake could free Baker, he came face to face with the originator of this trap. A Foxhound operative called Revolver Ocelot. It seemed that he had anticipated Baker's rescue attempt upon receiving news of Snake's arrival. According to Naomi Hunter, the former director of Foxhound's genetic manipulation program, Revolver Ocelot is a former Spetsnaz. He moved into Oman, Otriata, Miltisi, also Bago, Naz... Shit. There's a whole lot of shit. I ain't reading that. The Interior Ministry Riot Squad, aka Black Berets, and the SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. A successor to the KGB's first chief directorate, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, but was unable to adapt to the new regime and dropped out. He cut a swath through the world's hotspots as a mercenary before being recruited by Foxhound. As his codename indicates, Ocelot is a master marksman with a marked preference for revolvers. We could hear the gun battle between Snake and Ocelot over the radio. Ocelot was using an antique single-action Army revolver against Snake's SOCOM pistol. This first single-action Army revolver was manufactured in 1873. A small number of them are still in production today, but strictly for collectors and antique weapon fanciers. Using this outmoded weapon for live combat is unheard of. But Ocelot seemed to invest the vintage gun with diabolical powers. He would purposely fire against walls in the floor, weaving a tight web of ricocheting bullets around Snake, gradually hemming him in. All we could do was silently monitor the battle. However, Snake was slowly but surely gaining the upper hand by dodging the ricochets and exploiting the revolver's lengthy reload window. Finally, just as Snake was about to deliver the decisive blow, an explosion rang out. "My hand!" Ocelot's scream came a second later, followed by more explosions. "What the hell is going on?" Richard cried. The controller in charge of the data sent in by Snake's nanomachine started a running commentary. "We don't know yet. I'm seeing a life sign other than those of Snake, Ocelot, or Baker." Explosions continued to boom out over the radio. The unidentified fourth subject is knocking down girders. No sign of firearm use. Let me just... Oh, there we go. A little bit of ear rape for everybody. The unidentified... Yeah. No, whatever it is, it's moving fast. The controller's voice rose with excitement. The speed is well above anything a human being should be able to handle. The situation was chaotic. I could make out Ocelot's voice through the roar of collapsing metal. "Stealth camouflage. Someone left a job only half done. As for you, we'll continue this later." It seemed Ocelot had left the area. The explosions went on one after the other as girders crashed to the ground. In the midst of the collapse, Snake confronted what we could only guess was the fourth life sign. "Who are you?" "I'm like you. I have no name." It wasn't human, but an artificial machine voice that answered. In spite of the metallic tones, there seemed to be in that voice an unspeakable pain. Baker's labored groans could be heard over the conversation. "You have a reinforced skeleton." Suddenly, the possessor of the metal voice let loose an animal howl. The shattering screech set the communication speakers screeching, and I instinctively covered my ears to shut out the maddened sound. The cry went on, and then cut out as abruptly as it had began. In the ringing silence, the controller's voice floated out, thin and hollow. "The fourth subject has disappeared." The words brought us out of a state of shock. "Can we track him?" "Negative, he's vanished. No traces." "Collect as much data as you can. I have the full results on information relayed by the nanomachines. There's an electromagnetic pattern that resembles a stealth camouflage signature." "Stealth camo and reinforced exoskeleton," Richard muttered deep in thought. "Not everything is happening according to plan, I take it?" I inquired with some sarcasm. "It's within acceptable deviation. The mission will go on as planned." For a split second, his eyes betrayed his disquiet, then he quickly recovered his characteristic arrogance. "You just concentrate on your job." Snake had called the fourth life sign the Ninja. I couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the name's bearer, what it was that accounted for the superhuman abilities he had just demonstrated. Far away on Shadow Moses Island, Snake was attempting to raise the shaken Kenneth Baker back to his feet. We could hear Snake asking him about the nuclear launch code, knowing the answer even as he spoke. Baker painfully acknowledged that he had volunteered the information. His arm hung broken and useless by his side, presumably Ocelot's handiwork. Okay, back to the regular music. There we go. According to Naomi Hunter's intelligence, Revolver Ocelot had served as a special interrogations consultant in the Soviet gulags during his days with the Spetsnaz. In other words, he was an expert in torture. There was no way that the weapons technology executive, an untrained civilian, could withstand the techniques of coercion developed in the cells of Lubyanka. We now had confirmation that the terrorists possessed both launch keys. The situation was more desperate than ever. Baker's response to Snake's queries about the emergency override key was almost as grim. He had entrusted a soldier, a woman who had refused to join the mutiny, with it while they had been sharing the cell. Cut Snake's sudden murmur. The Colonel's niece? The Colonel was presumably Campbell, and Snake seemed to know something I certainly didn't. I stole a glance at Richard, but his expression was as closed as ever. He no doubt had known from the outset about the presence of Campbell's niece on Shadow. Snake was pressing Baker, asking him whether there was a way to stop the launch without the override code. The executive gave him a name, Dr. Hal Emmerich. Yeah, my boy Otacon. If it were indeed the case that the launch codes were in hostile hands and the strike sequence had been started, it stood to reason that the only person who may know of a way to cancel the launch was the chief of Metal Gear's development program. As Snake promised to search out Emmerich, Baker handed him a single optical disc. It contained, he said, all the data from the training exercise. What exercise data? He had to be referring to the Metal Gear exercise. I saw Richard raise his eyebrows sharply. Baker, oblivious to the frenzy of speculation he had remotely set off, continued. There's no need to feign ignorance. You were sent to retrieve this, and we both know it. I was now even more puzzled than ever. If Metal Gear was being developed on Shadow Moses, surely the research data was backed up somewhere outside of the Arms Tech lab. Not only that, but why would the president of the company have been carrying the data himself? I was apparently not alone in my disconcernment. Snake took the disc, obviously uncertain. It was clear that he, like myself, had not been briefed on the existence of the disc. The disc safely out of his hands, Baker's tones became pleading. You have to stop them. If the truth got out, AT would be finished. I would be finished. But Metal Gear technology is already a known factor. The core technology is, but that's not... Baker trailed off, suddenly pale with pain. Oh God, what did you do to me? We could hear his labored coughing as he gasped. Out. It can't be. That thing. Damn Pentagon bureaucrats. I get it now. You son of a... He tried to lunge at Snake, but reeled back in fresh waves of pain. Still clutching his chest, he fell down dead. It was too similar to the last moments of Donald Anderson's life, and the fact hadn't escaped Snake. He was immediately on the radio with Campbell. Colonel, you better be listening real well. This one's dropped dead, too. Snake demanded an explanation, but neither Campbell nor Dr. Hunter could provide an adequate one. Snake was clearly dissatisfied, but Campbell directed Snake to cooperate with his niece, Meryl. The only way left to prevent a nuclear strike was to obtain the emergency override key, and the key was in Meryl's hands. Snake walked away from Baker's body in search of the elusive commando. Kenneth Baker had been colluding with Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, to secretly develop a new Metal Gear on the government's so-called black budget. My later investigations revealed that regular payments in the tens of thousands of dollars had been made to the corporate account of a firm for which Anderson's wife ostensibly acted as a consultant. The Arms Tech payoff into this dummy company had started several years ago. The total amount is difficult to estimate, but there's little doubt that Anderson had been bribed to the tune of an astronomical sum. Even the government black budget had limits. However, I recalled a rumor from some years ago before the Anderson payoff started. The CNO, Chief of Naval Operations, at the time had a classified pet project, and the scuttlebutt was that it involved the construction of a completely new type of battleship. Just what kind of ship was never revealed, since the entire program fell apart after the CNO suddenly passed away. The unexpected death coincided with Arms Tech's launch of the Metal Gear development program. The black budget earmarked for the CNO's little project must have been freed up by his death. The question was whether it had been freed up for allocation to the new Metal Gear development. The matter of the CNO's death was officially ruled a suicide, but I could not help recall the theories to the contrary that had made its rounds back then. Whatever the background, Anderson and Baker's deaths cannot be a coincidence. Anderson's dying words included a reference to the Pentagon. Now, certain there was more to it than met the eye. So now Baker's dead as well. Are you looking into his medical records too? I asked Richard. We'll do that just as a precaution. He did not seem particularly disturbed. It may have been for the best anyway. Having to babysit a senior citizen with a broken arm sure wasn't going to help Snake with his mission. You haven't changed a bit, I see. What? That bad boy act of yours. You only talk like an insensitive jerk to divert attention from something. I wonder what you're hiding. Richard turned away. Nothing. There's nothing to hide. Having successfully made radio contact with Meryl, Colonel Campbell's niece, Solid Snake agreed to put off a rendezvous with her in favor of rescuing Dr. Hal Emmerich, the chief of Metal Gear Development. He reached the lab just as the ninja was attempting to attack Dr. Emmerich, and the two fighters immediately squared off. I think I got it around here somewhere. Give me 1 second here. Oh, come on. I know I got it around here somewhere. There it is. That'll do it. Another boss fight. Snake and the ninja launch into a silent hand-to-hand combat, a balletic exchange of blows that seem almost to serve as a private dialogue. The fighting seemed interminable to us as we followed over the radio, but just as in the last encounter, the ninja suddenly let loose an inhuman howl and vanished into the maelstrom of its ragged echo. It was our second encounter with the ninja, and we were in the dock about him as ever, but Snake had recognized something during their battle, and he raised Campbell on the radio. It's Gray Fox. The ninja's Gray Fox, I'm 100% sure. It's impossible. You took him in Zanzibar land. We could hear the perturbation in Campbell's voice. Naomi Hunter suddenly cut in. Yeah, he was supposed to have been killed, but he wasn't. Dr. Hunter revealed that her predecessor at the helm of Foxhound's genetic treatment program, one Dr. Clark, had been conducting human testing. Gray Fox, the alpha soldier of Foxhound, and the only member allowed the Fox designation, was the subject. After he had been shipped back from Zanzibar land, mortally wounded, his superior physical abilities and combat skills had marked him as an ideal test subject for genetic manipulation and skeletal reinforcement experiments. He was listed as killed in action but kept alive in a lab. I couldn't help but note with some surprise the emotional tone in which the normally collected geneticist described these events. When Snake asked why she had not volunteered the truth of the ninja's identity earlier, Snake only had a terse reply. It was classified information. According to records she had seen, the subject, Gray Fox, had died in an accidental lab explosion 2 years ago. I turned to Richard. Is this true? What's true? The accident in the lab. It's true. The cause of the explosion was never determined. Dr. Clark died in the accident, and the only remains they could find of Gray Fox were fragments of the reinforced skeleton. So Naomi wasn't the only one who knew about this and didn't say anything. It was classified information, Richard mimicked. Snake secured Dr. Emmerich after the ninja's departure. Amazingly enough, the engineer had believed Metal Gear to be a portable tactical missile defense system rather than a nuclear-capable tank. It was a particular irony that the chief developer himself had been unaware that the project was one of offense rather than defense. On discovering he'd been deceived, Dr. Emmerich volunteered his expertise to Snake. He mentioned his grandfather's involvement in the Manhattan Project and the ethical turmoil the man had carried with him to the end of his days as a result. Ironically enough, the oldest scientist's son, Hal Emmerich's father, was born the day the atomic bomb found Hiroshima. Back to business as usual. Three generations. Sometimes I wonder if nuclear warfare is our personal albatross, an inherited pathology. We could hear the pain and the regret in Dr. Emmerich's voice. He seemed genuinely upset that the technology he developed purely for the furthering of knowledge and betterment of mankind had been exploited for weapons development. You may call me harsh, but I felt little sympathy for him. Technological and scientific innovation need not have direct bearing on nuclear or virological research to contribute to the making of weapons of mass destruction. After all, the ninja was born of genetic engineering and cybernetic research, which could easily have healed the civilian rather than improved upon a soldier. The scientists cannot plead naivete to the practical products of their own research. The consequences must be anticipated, and the ethical burden of a newly developed technology must ultimately rest with the individual researcher. Let's see what else we got here. There we go. I wondered if Dr. Emmerich could ever realize that onus. Freed from the laboratory where he was being held, Emmerich cloaked himself with a stealth camouflage of his own making and promised to keep out of sight. With a stealth camo, he could easily evade the terrorist surveillance. His rescue charge safe, Snake departed for a rendezvous with Meryl. Snake's objective was to meet with Meryl and re-enter the launch code using her override key, outwitting the Foxhound psychic, Psycho Mantis all the while. To this end, he headed towards the hangar where Metal Gear was being stored. The best laid plans. Merrill was ambushed on the way by Foxhound sharpshooter Sniper Wolf. Snake, attempting to rescue the wounded commando, was himself captured. He was taken to the terrorist command post, still unconscious, stripped of all his gear. However, his cochlea implant radio passed unnoticed, and we could hear the terrorists conferring about the incapacitated operative. We gathered from their talk that the preparation for the nuclear launch was complete. Richard was unusually intent on identifying the individual terrorists in the room. From the voices involved in the conversation, we confirmed the presence of Sniper Wolf, Revolver Ocelot, and the leader of this uprising himself, Liquid Snake. What little I knew of Liquid Snake was troubling, and it came entirely from a slim file folder Richard showed me just prior to mission commencement. The man with the same designation as Solid Snake was recruited into Foxhound after Solid Snake's departure from the unit. His fighting skills were formidable, and he quickly rose to leadership position in Foxhound's field operation team. His real name, place of origin, and other information remained classified. Only a single photograph accompanied the documents, and I had not been able to contain my astonishment at the sight of it. It's not a mistake. That is Liquid Snake, said Richard, echoing my thoughts. But how? The face in the photo was the spitting image of Solid Snake. I wouldn't know, but once the two snakes run into each other, something may come out. His words were non-committal, but Richard's tone spoke volumes. And now the two snakes, Solid and Liquid, had indeed come face to face. But Liquid had little to say. So long, brother, he called out before turning and walking away. His voice was full of hatred, but there was also something in it that seemed to confirm and gleeful anticipate another meeting. Why this was so was as mysterious to me as the reason he called Solid Snake brother. I would not find out the truth until a while later. Turns out Liquid Snake is actually Hulk Hogan. Brother! What awaited Snake after his brief encounter with Liquid is Ocelot's KGB-tested interrogation techniques. Ocelot apparently had no interest in extracting information, but rather appeared to be enjoying the acts of torture for their own sake. Snake's ragged gasp echoed from the radio in the silence of the control room. The heart rate and other physiological data transmitted by his nanomachines graphically demonstrated the extent of his suffering. All we could do was listen and wait. After Ocelot was done, the battered Snake was taken to his cell. Campbell soon established radio contact with him, but Snake had some hard questions for his former CO instead. He'd realized Metal Gear was a nuclear delivery system, and for once Campbell was at a loss for an answer. So you did know about this all along, Snake rasped out bitterly. Snake continued to be silent. It was all the confirmation Snake needed. You should have told me. I'm sorry. Pawns don't need to know. Is that it? You've changed. Campbell had no rebuttal to Snake's barbs. According to Campbell, even the president had apparently been unaware of the existence of Project Rex until the day before. To make matters more complicated, he was due to meet with the Russian president the following day for the formal signing of START 3. The treaty stipulated further reduction of the nuclear arsenal, picking up where START 2 left off. The agreement will reduce the number of Russian and American tactical ballistic missiles to somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500, and the signing was a historic event that had been made possible by a long and arduous process. If the fact that a new nuclear weapon was being developed by the United States were made public, there was a significant chance that the signing would never take place. Or still, the loss of confidence in America's commitment to non-proliferation could create international turmoil. The government clearly had every reason to keep the situation under wraps, and there were ample indications that the terrorists had counted on the fact. The timing of this takeover, as well as the 24-hour deadline, said as much. Campbell continued to plead his case with Snake. Snake, you've got to stop him. Sing it to someone else. You're the only hope we have. All right, then, tell me what this new warhead is about. I told you, I don't know. I don't believe you. If the situation is so desperate, why don't you accept the demands? Just give him Big Boss's body. It's just a corpse. That's not an option. Campbell was floundering under the barrage of Snake's questions. Is there a reason you can't comply with that demand? A reason you haven't told me? Naomi broke in as Campbell fell silent. The president's passed a number of policies that severely restrict genetic engineering on humans. He can't afford to have the public know about the military's use of genetically enhanced soldiers. Is that really all there is to it? Campbell didn't reply. I received a call from Snake soon after. Captive, alone in enemy territory, unable to trust his own mission controllers to tell him the truth, there's little I could say to help a man in Snake's situation. Capture does not mean defeat. Stay vigilant for a chance to escape, and don't give up. I had doubts about the effectiveness of these words come from someone with no combat experience, but it was the best I could offer. We had no choice but to trust in Snake's abilities. As I closed the radio channel, I caught Richard studying me. Yes? You're very passionate about this job. Do you object? It's a job you force on me, after all. No, but I admit I'm a little jealous. Ah, the jealousy act. Yes, I know that one, too. Richard averted his eyes. I wouldn't call it an act if... No, forget it. He lit a cigarette. Chesterfield, the same brand as Humphrey Bogart. You still smoke the same brand. You know me, once I decide I like something, I can't kick the habit. Cigarettes, line of work, women, everything. He didn't look at me as he replied. The torture was conducted again and again, solely for the purpose of breaking Snake. He held out each time, but his strength was steadily ebbing, and the voice we heard over the radio was growing more labored. Naomi, talk to me. I need something to distract me. What do you want me to talk about? Anything. I'm not good at finding things to talk about. Tell me about yourself. About me, that's not so easy. You got any family? It's not a very happy story. I don't have any family. I guess there was one person, someone who called himself my father. Where is he? Dead. I killed him. I was even more taken aback by what Campbell volunteered next. You're talking about Big Boss. What Big Boss was here? No reason you should have known. Campbell elaborated to Naomi. It was 6 years ago in Zanzibar land. Snake and I are the only ones who know about it now. Oh God, was Big Boss really your father? Naomi still seemed disbelieving. That's what he said, and that's all I know. You knew, and you still killed him. Yeah. Why? Naomi asked fiercely. There was a pause before Snake answered. Because that's what he wanted, and what I wanted. But it's still patricide. Yeah, I know. My personal nightmare, too. Snake's voice was the faintest we had heard. Is that why you left Foxhound? Maybe. I can't deny that it felt good to lose myself. It's easy to do that in Alaska. After a moment of silence, Naomi confided in a low voice. I don't really have a family of my own. I have a brother who put me through college, that's it. He's not a biological brother, a lot older than me. Where's he now? Naomi's reply was deeply pained. He's gone. There was deep sorrow in her voice, and I thought something more. A stepbrother who put her through school. I wasn't told about that. Richard muddled. There's suspicion in his voice, and puzzling enough, a hint of anger. I opened the personnel file on Naomi. Naomi Hunter. Born New York City, 1980X. PhD in genetics. Recruited by the industry giant ATGC soon after completing doctoral programs. Moved to California's so-called biotech Bay Area. Led several genetic therapy programs until recruited by Foxhound to fill the post of chief geneticist as a result of her accomplishments in the field. Parents died in car collision when Naomi was 2 years old. One brother, 10 years her senior, a U.S. Marine. Killed in training-related accident when Naomi was 17. Richard thought for a minute, then scribbled something in his notebook. Summoning one of his men, he tore the page out and handed it to him. Wire this message to the skipper of USS Discovery and make sure Campbell doesn't know about it. What are you plotting now? I knew even as I asked that Richard wouldn't respond. The torture was repeated time and again, but Snake managed to take advantage of the guards' waning vigilance and escape. The location and the fate of his fellow hostage, Merrill, eluded us. Evading the intense manhunt that followed, Snake still refused to stray from the course that led to the Metal Gear hangar. What drove him? Guilt for Merrill's capture and an urge to avenge her? A sense of duty to the mission? The will to stop the carnage of a nuclear strike? None of them seemed to apply to Snake. He was an enigma. We could do little but watch over him as he ran, wounded and exhaustive. After successfully taking on Sniper Wolf as she re-emerged for an ambush, Snake closed in on the Metal Gear hangar only to discover Vulcan Raven blocking his way. The giant Foxhound operative, armed with a fighter plane Gatling gun, was a daunting enemy. In the end, however, Snake eventually prevailed. The stricken Raven leaning against the wall. No, wait, I got the best one for this. I'm doing my best. The stricken Raven leaning against the wall started to speak as Snake approached him. There are some breeds of snakes that nature never intended. I think you and the boss belongs to one of those. Go and settle it with him. I'll be watching how it ends. The dying Raven then dropped the bombshell. I'll give you one clue. The man who died in front of you wasn't the DAPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, one of us Foxhounds. He was a master of disguise. I guess the Grim Reaper wasn't the only one he couldn't fool. Is he dead? Raven didn't answer Snake's sharp query. Snake tried another tack. Why go to all that trouble and impersonate Anderson? Raven smiled faintly. That's all the clue you're going to get. Everything else you'll have to figure out yourself. A few minutes later, Vulcan Raven died. Richard was chagrined, so that's how it was. They had us completely fooled. What was it? Why would Octopus impersonate Anderson? I asked. I don't know, maybe to get information out of Snake. That would mean that they knew Snake was coming. Richard stubbed out the cigarette without answering. His face was expressionless, but I knew exactly what he was thinking. We had a leak. While Richard and I were talking, a call was made to Snake. Snake, it's me. Master? Snake answered. It was apparently Master Miller. I need to talk to you about Naomi Hunter. Turn the monitoring off. Campbell had barely finished his instruction before Campbell cut in. What about Dr. Hunter? Miller made an exasperated sound. It was clear that he had not intended Campbell to hear what he had to say. Colonel, is Naomi there? Snake asked. No, she's trying to catch up on her sleep. Okay. Campbell turned his attention back to Miller. What were you saying about Dr. Hunter? All right, maybe it's better that the Colonel hears about this now, Miller said resignedly. Go on, urged Snake. That's not the real Naomi Hunter you're working with, Colonel. What? Campbell raised his voice astounded. Miller continued coolly. Naomi Hunter does exist, or that is, she did. She went missing in the Middle East some time ago. This imposter must have gotten a hold of her identity somehow. There were a number of ways to obtain someone's social security number and commit an identity theft, certainly. But Dr. Naomi Hunter, an imposter? Who was she really, then? Campbell was agitated, but Miller remained cool as ice. Probably a spy. A spy? Yeah, sent in to ensure this mission's failure. Are you saying she's one of the terrorists? Campbell's tone was disbelieving, but Snake backed up his former instructor. I don't want to believe it either, Colonel, but it's true that she's a Foxhound personnel. So it wouldn't be surprising if she took part in this insurrection. Campbell finished dully as though Snake's words had crystallized his own doubts. Or she could be working for another organization, Miller suggested. Another? No, that's not possible. As Campbell trailed off, Miller spoke up, his tone ruthless. Take her into custody, Colonel. What? It's clear that Naomi Hunter's working against us. Interrogate her and find out what her objective is. If she really is their spy, we're in serious trouble, Campbell murmured. Miller pounced on the gravity of the Colonel's tone. What are you talking about? Nothing in particular. Campbell tried to recover himself. Campbell, did you give her access to some other line of classified information? Campbell remained silent, but Miller pressed on. Does it have anything to do with the way the DARPA chief or the Arms Tech president died? Look, I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly, Campbell knew something. It was equally obvious that he had no intention of revealing what he was privy to, either. Perhaps sensing that fact, Miller dropped the pursuit abruptly. In any case, it's too dangerous to retain her in the mission. Hold on a minute, she's an integral part of this mission. In fact, we can't afford to proceed without her. Campbell's being too insistent about Dr. Hunter's value. I do wonder if it was indeed the case that he had trusted her with highly classified information. Snake was also suspicious. More secrets, Colonel? Give me time. I'll have her background and movements rechecked. That was all Campbell could say. Hurry, find out what she wants as quickly as possible. Miller was unrelenting. Of course, Campbell agreed reluctantly. Snake, just give me some time. Time is something I wasn't given a lot of, Snake growled bitterly. What's the deal? I said to Richard. Is Miller right about Naomi? I don't know, to be honest. It's obvious there were things in Dr. Hunter's past that I didn't know about. I'm having to go over her background again. Richard was visibly upset, a rare occurrence. I suddenly wondered there had been something between him and Naomi. Richard lit a cigarette and continued in a more composed tone. Well, but if what Miller said about Naomi is true, it raises questions about him in turn. Why do you say that? He's supposed to be in his cabin in Alaska. So I hear. How'd he manage to find out so much about Naomi by himself and from the middle of nowhere, when the DIA investigators couldn't? Richard called one of his men over and ordered them to look into Miller's activities. You check up on even one of your own? I asked as the agent hurried away. How do you know he's one of our own? Richard shot back, blowing a stream of smoke. Should I assume you don't trust me either? You're the one who doesn't trust me. Never have, he said quietly and ground his cigarette into the ashtray. Snake had finally reached the Metal Gear hangar. Oh, wait, no, actually. This is a good break time point, because I have to pee like no tomorrow. I am enjoying this. It's pretty good. I think everyone else is enjoying this too. Fucking. I think in the meantime, what would be a good background music to play? We'll just go with Cafe Toho. Keep things nice and chill. Hey there, Alex. I understand this may not be everyone's cup of tea, but I am having a good time. We get to see it all for pizza time. Okay, I'm going to pee and smoke a cigarette. When I come back, we're going to read the second half of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses by Nastasha Romanenko. I will see you all very, very soon. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves. Hoping everyone's having a relaxed evening. And now, some music from your hero. We're here to see you have a good time. I'm always having a good time, Seahorse. I'm about to not have a good time because I have to pee really bad. Back in a flash, boys and girls. It's time for the 15-minute break. You're listening to Mason FM with the Midnight Hour. We'll see you very soon with our continued reading of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. Back in a flash. Oh, boy. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to Mason FM with the Midnight Hour, with our live reading of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. Now, I may not be famous, or remotely intelligent, or talented, or very smart, but you don't need to be famous or any of those things in order to read a book. I like to think of that as my grand achievement for the day. That's right, going right up there. It's on the wall. It's going right on the fridge. What did you do today? I read an entire... None of us have ever accused you of being any of those things. I recall... I think I've been told multiple times that, I'm not very intelligent. What is up with this craze with Sweet Carolina Reaper? Holy shit. Also, there we go. Turn that down. Because of the taste of sweetness, it's like normal hot. Fucking Uncle Dongus is obsessed with Carolina Reaper peppers, and he doesn't ever fucking... Like, he loves that shit for some reason, and I don't know why. Do you want to be famous? If it makes money, sure. I was supposed to work today, G. You want to know what didn't happen? I didn't work today. The office is closed, again. At this point, I'm just gonna write on my application, yo, dog, I worked in a call center for 6 months, give me a job. Even though I've only been here for a week, and I've only worked one day because the first week they kept telling me the office is closed. On the day of. Because they're fucking stupid. God damn. I do not praise these people's intelligence. This is one of the most poorly managed companies I've ever worked for. And I've worked for a lot of companies. Is your supervisor's name Ranjit? We can't say that. No, it's not. I don't even know what my manager... Or John, but said in a real funky accent. I can't get more hours by being racist. Gee, that's not how this works. That's how you go to jail. That's how you get fired. The only people who are going to be calling me at that rate is fucking HR. That is savage. HR has got a call. They got my number, they got my ass. Okay, that's enough smooth jazz. Let's see, where'd we leave off? Tank hangar. This one's actually worse. Let's do the armory. There we go. Let's pick things back up, shall we? Okay. We're halfway done. It's what, 167 more pages, and then we'll be done. Snake had finally reached the Metal Gear hangar and stood in the shadow of the machine's 50-foot-tall bulk. Oh wait, if he's at the Metal Gear... Oh wait, there's a soundtrack, the Metal Gear hangar. Literally an OST. Rex's Lair, there we are. But considering the Metal Gear's state-of-the-art composite armor and Snake's limited arsenal, it was improbable that he could destroy the tank while evading enemy patrols. The most practical avenue attack was to re-enter the launch code using the override key and thereby cancel the scheduled nuclear strike. As Snake methodically searched for the code entry interface, Emmerich radioed in. He had been making himself useful by breaking into Baker's protected files. From these, he had pieced together the true nature of Metal Gear and its prototype warheads. According to Emmerich, the weapons used a built-in railgun to fire the ballistic missiles clear of the atmosphere. The missile would then automatically realign itself and re-enter the atmosphere on its designated trajectory towards the target. I understood exactly what all this meant, and the knowledge left me cold. Normally, ballistic missiles go through 4 phases from launch to impact. The first is the boost phase, which consists of the time between the missile's launch and the point to which it leaves the atmosphere and exhausts its supply of rocket propellant. Following the burnout, the rocket enters the post-boost phase, which concludes with the separation of the re-entry vehicle that contains the warhead. The third stage is the mid-course phase, in which the re-entry vehicle separates and achieves a controlled descent back into the atmosphere. The warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at the target mark the 4th and terminal phase. Current missile defense systems detect incoming ballistic missiles by scanning for the rocket burn that takes place during the missile's boost stage. However, Metal Gear's missile technology employs a railgun rather than conventional rocket propulsion to achieve boost stage acceleration. As a result, there is nothing for existing missile defense system to detect. The railgun's effectiveness is nothing short of amazing, with a range of over 3,000 miles, rivaling that of mid-range ballistic missiles. It reliably homes in within 170 feet of the target 50% of the time, placing it in the same class as high-end ICBMs. The ability of a Metal Gear to conquer virtually all terrain means that the railgun can launch a stealthy, nuclear strike from almost any spot on the globe. This invisible attack would make it impossible for anyone to pinpoint the origin of a given missile, even in the event of a strike. Without a clear aggressor to retaliate against, the concept of mutual assured destruction falls apart. Without the fear of MAD, the existing rules of nuclear non-engagement would no longer apply, and the world would fall into chaos. Snake had a few things to say to Campbell after learning the truth. He knew as well as anyone that if the fact that the U.S. had been developing a new breed of nuclear weapons were made public on the eve of START 3, negotiations would break down, and the U.S. would suffer a devastating embarrassment. Did you know this, Colonel? I really am sorry, Snake. You really have changed. I won't offer any excuses. Snake, you've got to hear this, Dr. Emmerich broke in, ignoring Campbell. The new missiles were complete in simulation only. That's why they had to perform this exercise, to get field data that would back up the simulations. Oh, thanks for the bid, Savage. I appreciate it. Haven't been on here in a long while. Well, I mean, to be fair, we've kind of been all over the place, too. I understand if something didn't pique your interest or if work happens. Remember, Savage, I tell this to everyone else. If real life ends up getting busy or anything, always prioritize that over just, you know, watching someone play fucking video games. Like, I appreciate the support, but at the same time, it's more important that you take care of yourself over, like, I'm literally just reading a document in MGS2 that's like a full-fledged book. That's the plan for tonight. And then maybe a boss rush. And I say, have you been okay these last few months? I mean, shit. I know we've come a long way from EDF and Let It Die and Parasite Eve and all that shit, but fucking... yeah, we're going through the entire Metal Gear Solid franchise and doing a pretty good job here. Okay, anyway. How did the exercise go, Snake asked. Emmerich's reply was discouraging. It seems to have gone better than they expected, but I can't find any of the data. There isn't a trace of the thing on the entire network. You'd think it's backed up somewhere, but zilch. It's on the optical disc that Baker gave me. You mean you still have it? Campbell exclaimed hopefully. No, Ocelot took it, Snake replied bitterly. It must have happened when he was a hostage. Did this mean that Ocelot had known of the existence of the exercise data beforehand? This doesn't look good, Campbell murmured deep in thought. Yes, you. Oh, damn, and now you got some sweet swag next to your name. Or whatever the fuck those symbols mean. Things could be going better. I've been out of work for a while, and the new job I got isn't... I think that they're yanking me around. I was supposed to get, like, roughly 30 hours a week. I was supposed to work today and all of last week, but every single day the office was closed. And I only got 2.5 hours on Monday before they just cut everyone. It is the strangest workplace situation ever. Like, ever since my car blew up in, I want to say it was when me and Emily were still dating, and she came out to visit. It was in, like, August or something, or October. But either way, yeah, my car blew up, so I had to get it scrapped. And there's no places to work within walking distance, so I'm just kind of fucked. So I've been trying to find something I could do remote, and I finally did get a job after, like, 6 months of searching. The issue is no hours, and they keep pulling my chain around. Like, unless I get, like, a bunch of 8-hour shifts in the next, like, 4 days. Like, all of last week I was supposed to get 30 hours. I got fucking 0. Like, shit. But, yeah, aside from... like, I'm enjoying myself, but things could be going a lot better. Anyway, back to the book. I can't spend all day, every day complaining now, can I? I'm sure everyone's struggling right now, so I'm not the only one. I glared at Richard. You knew about this too, didn't you? Knew what? The small matter of this new nuclear weapons technology. Richard shrugged. If I'd told you, would you have cooperated? You probably would have tried to leak it to some media contact, and that would have forced our hand. He left it at that. Would he have had me killed in the interest of national security? Something like that, I supposed. In the world Richard inhabited, preserving secrets always merited higher consideration than human life. I was privy to that secret now. What would happen once the mission ended? I felt a chill go down my spine as I considered the possibilities. Richard was quietly puffing on a cigarette. He had too many men with him working for him every moment. There was no way I could simply walk out of this house. But I had something up my sleeve as well, and I wasn't about to let myself be exploited without a fight. I looked over at my PC. The screensaver had kicked in, and geometric patterns flitted across the dark monitor. I slipped my PDA into my pocket and headed for the bathroom to send some mail. One of Richard's men trotted over with a slip of paper. Richard studied it, and after some consideration, raised Campbell on the radio. "What can I do for you, Major Ames?" Campbell's tone was openly hostile, but Richard paid no heed. "Colonel Campbell, I'd like you to start interrogating Naomi Hunter." "Interrogator? What are you talking about?" Campbell said sharply. "There are suspicious points about Dr. Hunter's background, as you've heard. I've therefore sent one of my men over there to talk to her, but she seems reluctant to cooperate." Richard lit another cigarette. "But she's taking a nap," the colonel insisted. "Actually, she's not." "What?" "In reality, she's been taken in my agent's custody." "How dare you!" Campbell barked angrily. Richard was unfazed. "If, as Master Miller charged, Naomi Hunter has falsified her identities in this communication with the enemy, there are serious repercussions. I trust you understand." "Foxdie," Campbell groaned. "Foxdie? This is something new. This mission is like an onion with layer after layer of secret intent." "She won't talk to my agent. She may talk to you. Find out from Naomi who she is and what her objective is." "Absolutely not. I don't take orders from you, and I'm having Dr. Hunter freed immediately." "What makes you think you could do such a thing?" replied Richard, exhaling a cloud of smoke. There was a long silence. "Who exactly the hell are you?" I could hear the barely suppressed rage in Campbell's voice. "The DIA wouldn't have the authority to send a man into a Navy submarine and hold someone prisoner." Richard didn't answer. Campbell continued. "And that's not the only thing. Nothing's been done through the usual channels, including the way you induced Snake and I to cooperate. This mission isn't even official business, is it? So who else can mount such a major operation?" Campbell suddenly broke off as though struck by something. "Is it possible that... the Patriots?" he murmured. Richard ignored Campbell's up. "Oh, so... wait a sec. Is this novel the way they tied in the Patriots with MGS-1? So was this novel just a huge retcon? Because, like, we're almost to the end of MGS-1's events, but this is what's happening behind the scenes. So, in theory, that would mean that this is, this is a retcon, isn't it? I'm reading a retcon. Wow, I don't know. I've never seen one happen in real time. Okay. Does it matter what I am? It doesn't change the fact that your life, not to mention your precious Meryl's life, is in my hands. Isn't that right? This time it was Campbell's turn to be silent. I never suspected that his participation in the mission had been arranged by force. The Colonel was literally fighting for his and his niece's life. Think it over carefully, Colonel. Richard's voice was the coldest I had ever heard. There was no reply from Campbell. And Snake has no need to know about any of this. We need his full cooperation at this point. Just tell him that Naomi was a terrorist spy and was apprehended while sending them a coded transmission. Do you expect me to betray a friend? Keep him in the dark? Campbell objected furiously. A friend? Are you referring to Snake? Richard smiled coldly. Do you really think he considers you a friend anymore? He had hit a sore spot. Campbell had no answer. Richard moved in for the kill. You've already lied to him too many times. Against my will, under your threats. Campbell was roaring, but Richard barely seemed to register his anger. Certainly, but that's not an issue. You were, after all, giving him false information and relaying false orders to him of your own accord. And then there's Foxdie. I can almost see Campbell grinding his teeth in frustration and rage. Do you still have the right to call yourself his friend? There was nothing Campbell could say. You will cooperate with us, understood? Understood. The transmission ended. So is this all you have left of this game, just reading material? Because you must like this game. Yes. This is basically... I originally thought this was just like a retread of the first game, because we're playing through the entire series, Seahorse, and the entire series consists of like 7 or 8 games. I think 7. Yeah, 7. At least mainline entries. Technically 8 because I played the Twin Snakes. But, this retreads the ground from the first game, while at the same time putting in the plot from the second game into the first game. If you know what a retcon is, that is what this is, from my understanding so far. At first, I was like, there's still 120 pages of this, but that's not how long the game went based on the pace of the story and the pace of MGS1. Because in MGS2, it's revealed that the Patriots are basically like the shadow government in MGS2, and they control everything, and they're like super powerful. In MGS1, no one fucking talks about the Patriots at all. In MGS1, the Patriots did not exist. Instead, there was some guy named Jim Houseman who was like trying to like secretly develop weapons, and then MGS2, they just dropped the Patriots. Yeah, I'm starting to put two and two together. That and how Campbell was basically like pressed into doing the job. Well, what was it? I'm reading this because, one, I find it fun, Seahorse, and two, if I'm going to play every MGS game, I need to, like, dive into the lore a bit, because I want to fully understand what's going on. I do not want to play the game, then watch a YouTube video that explains what happened. I want to know what actually happened after playing the game. Well, all they do is mention Solidus at the end of MGS1. Aside from that, there was no mention of the Patriots, or the fucking Lale Lule Lo, or any of that shit. Like, unless they planned this in the first game, then this complete left field. Don't underestimate me, G. I'm reading a 324-page document via sheer autism. That's just how I roll, baby. Who are the Patriots? Richard looked away towards another direction of my query. What are you talking about? Don't BS me. He turns towards me, his gaze was icy. Nothing you need to know about. By the way, not that I need to remind you, but don't mention a snake things that don't concern him. And if I do? Richard's stony silent answered my uncompleted question. I was too far into this business and suddenly seemed to sense danger everywhere. What do you intend to do with me once this mission is over? Nothing. Don't expect me to believe you. Richard allowed himself a brief, oddly sad smile. I suppose I can. In the meantime, Snake was inching towards the launch code entry interface. At that point, he received a call from Master Miller. Snake, we need to talk about Naomi Hunter. The Colonel's looking into that. Turn the monitoring off. Alright, it's off. Mission control's out of the loop. You want to tell me what this is about? Snake believed that he had switched this off, but I could still hear everything. Radio malfunction? I guess not. Someone had made sure that nothing could get past mission control ever, and I had a more than good idea who that someone was, but Master Miller obviously did not. Sorry about this. I didn't want Campbell to overhear. What's this about? Snake repeated. I have a contact at the Pentagon. He told me that a new assassination tool had been developed under DIA's guidance. I looked over at Richard, but he pretended not to notice. Assassination tool, Snake was asking. Snake, have you ever heard the term fox die? I tensed. There was that word again. First Richard, then Campbell, now Miller. It seems to be a virus that could target specific individuals. I don't know the details. Miller continued. Richard remained expressionless next to me. So what are you getting at? Snake raised his voice slightly, sounding annoyed by Miller's roundabout methods. They share common features. What shares common features? The deaths. The Armstech president and the DARPA chief, I guess I would say decoy octopus, they both died of what looked like a heart attack, right? Yes. It seems that a death by foxdie virus looks like a case of heart attack. After a moment, Snake spoke up. Are you saying that Naomi was the one who set this up? Snake, think. Did Naomi give you any kind of a shot? The nanomachines, Snake murmured. Snake had in fact been injected with nanomachines and anti-hypothermia compound before the start of the mission. Was Miller suggesting that there was a killing virus in the mix as well? One thing's for certain, she's in the best position to perform this kind of sabotage, but we still don't know her motive or objective. What about the Colonel? Snake asked after a lengthy silence, his tone brooding and full of doubts. I don't know, but I don't think he's interrogated her yet either. Alright, I'll ask him. Once he was off the radio with Miller, Snake called up Campbell. Colonel, any new developments with Naomi? I've just had her taken into custody. What? Snake said incredulously. She was sending a coded transmission to an Alaskan location. I don't want to believe it, but she's definitely one of the terrorists. Campbell sounded anguished. Are you sure? There's very little doubt. She's being interrogated right now. What kind of interrogation? I don't want to resort to force, but we don't even have Theopenthal on hand. Let me know if you learn anything. Unaware of the machinations behind this latest development, Snake ended the communication. I longed to tell him the truth, but knew that Richard and his men would never allow that to happen. Despite his growing doubts, Snake continued to penetrate deeper into the hangar. He'd almost reached the code interface when a call suddenly came in. Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi. Naomi, exclaimed in surprise. What are you? Richard tensed and leaned forward. I managed to get to another transmitter. The colonel and the others haven't noticed yet, Naomi whispered rapidly. Naomi, is it true? What the colonel says? Yes, but not everything I told you was a lie. Some of it was the truth. Her voice was sorrowful. Who are you really? I don't know. I don't know what my parents looked like or even what they were called. I bought the name I used, the whole identity with hard cash. Remember why I told you why I was so fixated on genes? That was the truth. Because you want to know who you were, that's what you said. Yeah, I don't know who I am. My ethnic background, age, Naomi. There was a pause before Naomi started speaking again in a rush. I was picked up in northern Rhodesia in the 80s. I was an orphan. Rhodesia? During all the guerrilla warfare? Zimbabwe used to be a British colony, you know. There was a sizable Indian population there then. Maybe that's where I get the color of my skin, but I'm not even sure of that. Naomi, why dwell on the past? If you can understand who you are now, isn't that all that really matters? Understand what I am myself? No one could ever understand me, least of all myself. Naomi's voice was suddenly defiant. I was always searching for myself alone, until I met my brother and him. Your brother? Snake asked. Yes, Frank Yeager. What did you say? Snake was taken aback. He was a child soldier, too. He found me almost dead of starvation on the bank of the Zambezi and fed me from his own small ration of food. Child soldiers. It's not rare for children to participate in war as combatants in many of the most conflict-ravaged regions of the world. This is especially true for those developing nations where minors account for the majority of the entire population. A harsh regimen can and does turn innocent children into the most brutal of soldiers. In many cases, various drugs are used to numb the natural fear response. The result is an obedient killing machine whose bravery marks them out for posting to the front lines of the fiercest battles and to scouting duties in the minefields. Yes, the man you destroyed is my brother, Frank Yeager. My only family, Naomi said quietly. That's impossible. Gray Fox is your brother? Snake could not hide his perturbation. We managed to survive hell together, all because he protected me. He was everything to me. He was the only witness to my existence and the only one who made me feel like a real human being. Gray Fox brought you to the States. No, we met him in Mozambique. Him? Something seemed to click within Snake. You mean Big Boss? Yes, he led us here, finally made us free. But Frank went with Big Boss back to the wars. And when he came home to me, he was... Naomi broke off, the silent smoke of smoldering anger, of irreparable loss. I promised myself that I would get you. You broke my brother. You as good as killed him. That's why I joined Foxhound, because I knew that I would run into you sooner or later. Well, you've got your chance now. Snake seemed to be taking all this in stride. He was no doubt accustomed to being the target of the enmity of others. Yes, I've waited 2 years, you know. Just for a chance to kill me? Exactly. 2 whole years waiting for you and no one else, yearning for revenge. It's almost like being in love. You still hate me? I wouldn't say that. There's a trace of hesitation in Naomi's voice. There's some things about you that I misunderstood. Was it... Did you kill your predecessor? That geneticist who was using Gray Fox for his experiments? You mean Dr. Clark? No, it was Frank that killed him. I covered up the whole thing, kept my brother safe. An uneasy silence fell. Is the ninja Gray Fox here to kill me? I don't think so. Frank is here to fight you, nothing more. I couldn't make sense of it at first, but I think I know now. A kind of a duel. He lives only for that, I think. Fox. Snake murmured as though remembering the man who had once been his comrade. Tell me something, Naomi, he said a short while later. It's about Fox Die, isn't it? She said in a low-pained voice. It's a retrovirus. Kills only the designated person by first infecting the macrophage. Fox Die is engineered with an oxygen chain that responds only to a specific DNA pattern. The oxygen is what recognizes the target DNA sequence. Once the recognition oxygen responds, Fox Die repurposes the macrophage's cellular structure to create TNF-alpha. Naomi had regained her old calm as she fielded Snake's question. What does that mean? It's a type of cytosine, a peptide that triggers cell death. The TNF-alpha travels through the bloodstream to the heart where it binds to the receptors of cardiac cells. And that causes a heart attack. The affected cells undergo rapid apoptosis, and the owner of that heart dies. Apoptosis, I remember that. Programmed cell death for damaged cells. Snake murmured. The tense silence descended once again. Naomi. Yes? I know you programmed me to die. Naomi remained silent. Do I have any time left? No answer. Naomi, you have every right to take my life, but I can't die just yet. I still have work to finish. You have to listen. I'm not the one who decided on the use of Fox dye, Naomi burst out. Not you? It was a part of the mission plan to infect you with Fox dye. I wanted to tell you that. And Naomi broke off and suddenly made up her mind to continue. I'm not being honest with myself. Naomi. What I really wanted to tell you, Snake, Naomi was struggling for words, and suddenly a male voice barked behind her. Freeze! Step away! No. Naomi cried out sharply. She must have been spotted by one of Richard's toughs. I could hear the sound of a scuffle over the radio. Snake! With that last gasp, Naomi faded out of earshot. Naomi? Snake called out, but it was Campbell that answered him. Snake, I can't permit you to communicate with Naomi. What are you talking about? She's officially out of the mission. What did you do with her? How is infecting me a part of the plan? Colonel, let me talk to her. I can't do that, Snake. She's been confined. Colonel, you sold me out, didn't you? I could hear the rage in Snake's voice. Don't waste your energy thinking about things you can't change. Colonel said, his voice carefully guarded against any emotion. Stopping the Metal Gear is your first priority. Don't you forget that. I can't believe Naomi was Gray Fox's foster sister, Richard murmured bitterly. Are you happy? You know who she is now, after all? I won't say that. Richard's expression was complex. She said she wasn't the one who deployed Fox dye. I decided to risk putting out a feeler. Richard said nothing, and that told me everything I needed to know. It was you, wasn't it? Yeah. I was taken aback by his ready admission. Fox dye was one of my projects. And Naomi? Was a top-notch professional. The Fox dye research had hit a brick wall when she pitched herself to us. She somehow heard we were looking for a genetic engineering expert. As soon as she joined the team, the project took off in a major way. Richard paused, then plunged ahead. I signed her to lead the development effort. When the virus was finally engineered, it was she that named it Fox dye. What I thought was dedication to the work was actually thirst for vengeance. She didn't let that slip, not once, he murmured ruefully. I knew what his relationship had been with Naomi when I studied his face. You were seeing her. She was using me. He corrected and gave a hollow laugh. At that point, one of his men came tearing over. After an urgent whisper, Richard's face grew grim. What happened? Master Miller wasn't Master Miller. Richard was visibly shaken. What? The man I sent to investigate Miller just reported in. He found Miller murdered in his home up in Alaska. Who was it that we were talking to then? There was no one who could provide an answer to the question. Around the same time on Shadow Moses, Snake had finally made it past the enemy's defenses and successfully re-entered the launch code. But something was amiss. As the code was accepted, an alarm was triggered. Launch code entered. An electronic voice intoned, all systems ready. Stand by for missile launch. Snake stared around him aghast. No, I just overrode the launch authorization, he cried. His questions were answered by an unexpected source when a radio call came in. Thank you, Snake. It was Miller, or rather an imposter, who had taken the murdered man's identity. They played us like a damn fiddle! They hardened in response to fiddle trauma. The launch preparations are now complete. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now. Master, what's going on? We're very grateful to you. Not only did you bring us the key, you just entered the launch code for us as well. What? We never did get his part of the code from the DARPA chief. Even Mantis's abilities couldn't break through, and Ocelot managed to kill Anderson off before we could try anything else. Snake listened in horror. Miller continued. You see, we couldn't launch the missile. Not even a warning shot. We were dead in the water with nothing to back up our demands. Master, what are you saying? With the launch code out of our reach, we had to fall back on another plan. We decided to have you work for us, Snake. What? Having Decoy Octopus impersonate the DARPA chief was a part of it. We were trying to extract information from you, but Fox dye got to him first, Miller said savagely. Are you saying this whole thing was fixed? Snake asked through clenched teeth. And it was all to get me to unlock the launch sequence. The terrorist's mocking laugh rang out. Did you think you got this far thanks to your own abilities? Think again. Master, what about you? Are you a spy? The other continued as though he had not heard Snake's question. But everything is ready for launch now. Once they get a taste of the new warhead, the White House will have to hand over the antidote, and they'll have nothing on us anymore ever again. Have nothing on you? What do they have on you now? The Pentagon's already accomplished what it set out to do with you. It happened right there in that torture chamber. You're the only one who's in the dock. It's not fun, is it, Snake? He sneered. Who are you? I'll tell you if you manage to get to me. Where are you? Very close, Snake. Very close. Campbell suddenly broke in. Snake, that's not Miller. Hello, Campbell. It's a little late for that, the imposter said mockingly. Master Miller's body was discovered at his home. He's been dead for 3 days. We didn't know sooner because the communication was down. Oh boy, wait a sec. Snake, did you like my sunglasses? According to Mei Ling, the transmission is originating from inside that base. Then who are you? You've been talking to me all along, the man responded. Snake? His voice suddenly changed and I knew who it was. So did Snake. Liquid Snake broke off communications and started to run. Metal Gear had already been activated by the time Snake reached it. Liquid was about to climb into the pilot's seat when Snake called out to him. The barrel of his SOCOM pointed straight at Liquid. Liquid! Are you going to shoot your own brother? Liquid remained languid. Why did you impersonate Miller? To manipulate you, of course. Liquid said conversationally as though the two were discussing the weather. It worked out, too. You did exactly what we needed you to do. Snake's indignity was compounded by Liquid's next comment. I'm sure your masters at the Pentagon agree. Why do you keep mentioning them? You don't even question the orders that you're given anymore, Snake? Where's your pride? A warrior reduced to a pawn. Liquid sighed exaggeratedly. All this stopping the nuke, rescuing hostages, it's a charade. Charade? Snake was taken aback. Brother! All the Pentagon wanted is to effect a meeting between us. Liquid explained, obviously enjoying it, Snake's reaction. That's how the Arms Tech president and decoy were gotten rid of. Can't be. Actually, it can be. The point was to selectively kill us off and retrieve our extremely expensive genetically engineered corpses along with Metal Gear. He was sent in by the Pentagon merely as a fox-die vector. Snake was in shock. That's insane. And Naomi, was she working with the Pentagon all along? That's what they thought. But she, it seems, she wasn't quite as soft as they read her to be. What do you mean? I have ears at the DOD. Naomi apparently managed to make some tweaks to the virus right before the mission. Her motive and objective are unknown. I heard Richard's impatient grunt beside me. Is that what you had Naomi arrested for? To discover why she did what she did? Snake challenged. Very good. It's disappointing that it was nothing more than a run-of-the-mill revenge scheme, but we still don't know what kind of changes she introduced to Fox-Die. Liquid fell silent for a moment, then continued. But enough of that. I've already added Fox-Die antidote to my list of demands to Washington. There's an antidote, Snake asked in surprise. There should be. Hunter would be the only one to know, but even that may not be necessary. Why not? You've successfully infiltrated the facility. We've all been infected with the execution virus according to their plan. Octopus and the Arms Tech president died of it for certain. But neither myself nor Ocelot, not to mention you, have shown any signs of infection. You're saying there may be a flaw in Fox-Eye's targeting program. Who knows? But as long as you're healthy, I'm safe. We share the same genetic code, after all. So we're twins, yes, but not in the ordinary sense. We're the flip sides of a counterfeit genetic coin. Enfant terrible. Liquid's Snake voice grew hoarse with anger. You lucked out. They handpicked all of our father's superior traits for you. Snake was silent. His father, Big Boss, was a part of the past he wanted to leave behind, a past tainted by the crime of patricide. But Liquid wasn't finished. Everything that was undesirable, I got. Or should I say that I was everything undesirable, left over from the creation process that was designed to produce you. The only reason I came into being was so that you could be born. How could I be the superior specimen? Oh, but you are, and I'm the dregs. You couldn't begin to understand what it was like starting out life as genetic garbage. The hatred and rage in Liquid's voice shook us and left Snake speechless. But it was me that our father chose, Liquid said slowly and purposefully. Is that why you're obsessed with Big Boss, some kind of twisted love? Love? Hatred, my brother. He chose me knowing that I was biologically inferior. Now I'm about to pay him back for that crime. Liquid laughed, mocking Snake's bewilderment. You couldn't understand that either. Someone who got the chance to kill his own father wouldn't. You managed to deprive me even of that revenge. But I will accomplish what our father dreamed of and never achieved. That's how I'll kill him, by surpassing him. Liquid ended his proclamation by leaping into Metal Gear's cockpit. Snake fired a burst from his SOCOM, and the bullets ricocheted off Metal Gear's armor. Damn. Snake gnashed his teeth as Liquid called out mockingly from the cockpit. Snake, count yourself lucky. You get to die by the greatest weapon the world has ever seen. It's the least I could do for my brother. Metal Gear, already in activation mode, started to stir. A high-pitched noise like the whine of a turbo engine began to sound as Liquid's voice boomed out of the amplifier. I'll give you an advanced showing of what the rest of the world will learn soon. Learn soon that the 21st century will belong to a devil they don't know. Metal Gear struck at Snake like a living thing. Its state-of-the-art composite armor was virtually impregnable to all but high-yield explosives, like high-explosive anti-tank missiles. But Dr. Emmett had advised Snake to take out the radome and knock the sensors offline in a bid for survival. Snake struck again and again, but he was fighting a difficult battle. Given Metal Gear's immense firepower and agility, finally one of Metal Gear's huge feet lashed out towards Snake in a crushing blow. It's time to die, Snake! Liquid called out. The foot hit the floor with a deafening crash. Snake, however, had escaped. Someone had pulled him out of the foot's path at the last second. Get out of here now! The voice was a familiar one. Gray Fox, Snake cried out. The ninja, or rather Gray Fox, launched a fiery arc towards Metal Gear, destroying the radome. The tank froze in confusion for a second, and Snake and the ninja found cover during that brief lull. Why, Fox, why are you helping me? I'm a captive, Snake. Death is my prison. You're the only one who could release me. Gray Fox replied, his voice clear and sane. Fox, don't involve yourself in this business anymore. Think about Naomi. She's destroying herself to avenge you. Yes, Naomi. But you're the only one who could stop her. Snake urged, but Gray Fox's reply was discouraging. No, I can't. Why not? I'm the one that killed her parents. Gray Fox's stark words stunned Snake. I was just a child myself, and I couldn't stand to kill her too. I took her with me because it was the only way I could think of to assuage the guilt. I raised her to satisfy my half-baked conscience, but she gave me the love and respect I didn't deserve. Called me her brother. Fox. We may have looked like a happy little family, but I was terrified every time she looked me in the eye. That she would see the truth. Tell her for me, will you? Tell her that I'm the only one who took a family from her, not you. Many former child soldiers are permanently traumatized by their horrific war experience. It was possible that Gray Fox's compulsions, whether it be taking in his victim's orphan child or returning again and again to the battlefields with Big Boss, had its root in his childhood scars. There you are! Liquid called through Metal Gear's speakers. A concentrated volley of Vulcan cannon fire followed, the rounds closing in on Snake and the ninja. It's almost time to finish this, Fox cried. I'll slow him down. Fox! Before Snake could stop him, Gray Fox leapt out into the open and went for Metal Gear. We could hear the roar of Metal Gear's Vulcan cannon. Gray Fox's reinforced skeleton gave him a faster reflex, and he dodged the volley, but the next second his body had been plucked up by Metal Gear's massive jaw. Fox! Snake's shout reverberated throughout the hangar. Metal Gear's engine revved louder, and Fox's reinforced skeleton creaked audibly. How long will his bones hold out, Snake? Are you going to abandon him? Liquid taunted, but Fox is far from dead. A cornered fox is one of the most dangerous animals. Laser fire burst from Fox's right arm, and Metal Gear's radome exploded. Liquid was now blind since Metal Gear's cockpit was completely sealed from the outside. They didn't give you a Fox rank for nothing, old comrade. But this is where it ends. Liquid's unamplified voice called out. He'd apparently discarded the cockpit hatch to use his own eyes and ears in lieu of sensors. The next thing we heard was an explosive crash. Was Gray Fox now under Metal Gear's foot? My fear is confirmed by the ominous and unmistakable sound of Fox's reinforced exoskeleton creaking under pressure. At the same time, we heard Fox's gasping voice. Finally. I could finally die, and with you as my witness. After Zanzibar land, they took away the fight from me. I wasn't dead, but didn't feel alive. So futile for such a long time, but finally it's over. Fox's voice was down to a whisper now. Snake, we're not just tools for politicians and generals. All I did with my life was fight. But at least it was my choice. Goodbye, Snake. With a dull crunch, his reinforced skeleton finally gave way. Fox! Snake screamed. Liquid laughed. He was a fool. It was over the moment he begged for death. He ground Fox's battered corpse underfoot with Metal Gear, then bellowed. Do you get it now? You can't protect anyone, let alone yourself. Die! Metal Gear's Vulcan cannons roared into action, but with all sensors offline, the fire lacked its previous accuracy. Robbed of his old friend and comrade, Snake gave free rein to his rage. Taking up a Stinger missile launcher, he fired at Liquid, sitting exposed in his cockpit. It was a direct hit. Even the composite armor couldn't protect against a shot that penetrated into the cockpit itself. Its piloting system destroyed, Metal Gear abruptly spun out of control and pitched toward the ground with a deafening screech. A massive explosion followed seconds later. Snake, caught in the blast, was bodily thrown across the hangar and knocked unconscious. Snake was still out cold, but his radio was online. We could hear smaller explosions from the wreck of Metal Gear and the sound of flames greedily sucking up the leaking fuel. Snake showed no signs of coming around. A few minutes later, a sound of footsteps emerged from the general chaos. It was moving towards Snake. There's a faint murmur. "Snake, it's not over yet!" It was Liquid's voice. "Snake," I yelled into the radio, but Snake didn't stir. "Isn't there any way to wake him?" I asked Richard, but he shook his head. Liquid had reached Snake's side, and to our surprise picked up Snake's limp body. He started to carry Snake, heading in the direction of Metal Gear's prone form. We listened helpless in a tense silence. It was Snake's battle. There was nothing we could do. Snake now climbed into Metal Gear's back, where he carelessly laid Snake down. He apparently planned to wait for his adversary to regain consciousness. "So," Liquid said. Snake was still out of action. "I know you're listening. You have a radio implant in this one." It's clear Liquid was talking to us. "Oh. You think you've pulled off Fox Die? Think again. You're never gonna kill me with a thing like that? Never." The knowledge that he was already infected with the killer retrovirus made no difference to Liquid Snake. It was a force of will that commanded respect. "You have no idea how excited I am, knowing that you're still out there. Revenge is a candy I've been deprived of too many times." The hatred in Liquid's voice was chilling. "You patriots!" At that moment, Snake let out a groan. He was starting to surface. "He's almost ready. Listen, all of you. When I've settled the score with this one, I'm coming after you next. I'm gonna end your miserable lives in a way that'll make even the Reaper's stomach turn." "I'll look forward to it," Richard murmured starkly. Snake groaned again. He was apparently awake. And no one knows what Naomi is. Huh? Yeah, it's a little... It's definitely something. Fucking... "Still a light sleeper, huh?" Liquid said to Snake conversationally. "Liquid, you're alive? You won't get rid of me, not as long as you're breathing." "Sorry, your insurrection was a bust," Snake commented. "Do you think that I'll give up my fight just because we've lost Metal Gear?" Liquid had lost none of his confidence. "Your fight," Snake shot back. "What's your real objective here?" "To make sure that the Age of Warriors comes again. Warriors like us, Snake." That's Big Boss's pet delusion all over again. "No, his legacy." Liquid exploded at Snake's words. "All throughout the Cold War, during the times of turbulence, the whole world wanted us, gave us our due. We were needed." He fell silent as if to mourn for the days that were no more. "That's all changed. Hypocrisy and fraudulent peace are replacing warfare. There's a terrible emptiness that comes from losing an arena for your gifts, and the terror that you will become a dinosaur, no longer useful. You must know that fear better than anyone." Snake had no reply to Liquid's entreaty. I wondered whether Liquid's words had found their mark. "The prototype nuclear warheads will provide me with the leverage to acquire my campaign funds. The funds will make more global acts of terrorism possible. Violence begets violence, and this complacent world will erupt into confusion. Violence, mistrust, and conflict will compound each other and create more hatred. In our sphere of usefulness, the ecosystem of war will grow larger and larger. As long as human beings are around, there will always be war somewhere in the world," Snake argued. "There's no need to create more." "It's a question of balance," Liquid responded in a flash. "The balance that our father fought for." "And that's the only reason you need to do this?" "It's more than enough for me, and for you too." "That's not the kind of thing I want. Not now, not ever." Liquid laughed at Snake's dogged refusal. "You're lying. Why do you think you're here? You've been lied to, betrayed by your own team, and you still wouldn't abandon the mission. But why?" Snake couldn't answer. "I'll tell you why," Liquid continued. "Because you enjoy it. The thrills. And the kills." "No, that's not..." Snake was struggling for words, but Liquid cut in. "Are you going to deny it? You killed dozens of my men today." Shit, I'm losing the Liquid accent. "But that was..." Snake faltered. Liquid laughed in contempt. "Every time you delivered the kill shot, your face brightened up." "No. There's no reason for you to deny your own killer instincts. That's what we're created for, after all." "And what were we created for?" "It was all the encouragement Liquid needed to reveal the detail of a secret project known as the Terrible Children. L'Enfant Terrible. It was the 1970s. The U.S. had not yet awoken from the nightmare of Vietnam War when a plan was hatched by key figures in the government to artificially create the ideal soldier. The man selected to serve as the genetic template for the project was the most famous living mercenary of the time, Big Boss." Oh, I'm trying my best to do a good Liquid. I'm not... It takes a lot of effort. I have to, like, hit it perfectly, because it's like British, but not quite. Big Boss was, however, incapable of reproducing, a result of past war injuries. Oh god, he got shot in the dick, didn't he? As a result, his body cells were harvested for a cloning attempt. In addition to the existing analog cloning protocol, the program incorporated the so-called super baby technique. The super baby technique involves carefully dividing the fertilized egg whose nucleus had been switched with that of a donor cell. Let me hit us with, there we go. The result is usually 8 zygotes, which are then implanted in a surrogate's uterus. 6 of the embryos are strategically aborted over a period of time in order to boost the growth of the remaining 2. We started out as octuplets, Liquid reflected. Octuplets? Snake was clearly taken aback. 6 of our brothers were killed so that we could be created. We've been causing death and destruction even before we breathed outside air. That left the 2 of us, 2 zygotes that share the same DNA. But there is one more sacrifice to be made. One of the embryos was engineered to manifest the full potential of its genetic makeup, at the expense of the other one, which was purposefully relegated to the bottom of the curve. You are what you are, Solid Snake, thanks to the depth and deprivation of your brothers. Liquid surveyed the stunned Snake and smiled. But if you think that I'm the only sibling you have left, think again. What? The genome soldiers. They were bred from our father's DNA, too. The only difference is that they're not analogs of him like we are. Liquid went on to tell an astonishing story. The Human Genome Project concluded late last century. The Les Enfants Terribles project and the intensive study of Big Boss genetic samples had led researchers to many of these secrets of the so-called soldier genes. The isolated traits for initiative, discipline, and other tactically desirable characteristics had been secretly integrated into the genetic structure of next-generation Special Forces soldier. All those commandos you murdered on this base were your brothers, the genome soldiers. Incomplete creatures, certainly. Forcibly grafted with a piece of Big Boss's genetic sequence, but still family. And they share in the family dysfunction, too. Their lives also cost someone dearly. How so? Human experiments, Liquid hissed angrily. According to Liquid, the military had secretly started treating its men with the soldier gene when the 1991 Gulf War broke out. The unexplained Gulf War syndrome among the returning personnel was apparently one of the gene's therapy's unfortunate side effects. That means that those Gulf War babies born to vets are, Snake asked, stunned. Exactly. Our earliest siblings. And the next generation Special Forces were the finished product? Finished? Liquid sneered. Hardly. They're defective. We all are. On a path to extinction, if you will. What did you say? Have you ever heard of the law of biological symmetry? Asymmetry. There's a natural tendency towards left-right asymmetry. On the other hand, species that ran out of genetic diversity are on path to extinction start showing complete symmetry. That's what's happening to the genome soldiers, and to us. Snake stared at Liquid in bleak shock. Every one of us is dying on a genetic level. The question is when the decline will start. That's why I need our father's body, to get some answers. You expect me to believe that you demanded Big Boss's body so you could save yourself and the genome soldiers? Siblings start out life competing, but they always band together against outside threats. Why do you think that is? Liquid waited for Snake to respond, but the latter said nothing. It's because they share your genes, and by helping them, the chances of your genes making it to the next generation are bettered. Natural selection favors nepotistic species. The instinct to help our own kind is an inherited trait. Your DNA is ordering you to help these genome commandos, Snake said skeptically. The Liquid agreed in reverential tone. No one could go against the genetic destiny. We were born for the sole purpose of recreating our father's DNA in its basest and most ideal incarnations. I will follow my destiny and surpass it. I could break my own biological curse, and that's why I'm going to kill you, Solid Snake. He spoke quietly, but it was clear that he meant every word. He suddenly called out in a different tone. Look behind you. Meryl, Snake exclaimed. Meryl was apparently lying behind Snake. I guess that she had been brought there before Liquid had carried Snake onto the roof. Oh no. Showtime. Oh wait, shit. Nope, stop. Nope, don't turn on. Fuck. Stop that. God damn it. I fucking accidentally opened Steam. God, this new keyboard gives me a fucking aneurysm. Now I gotta reconnect my controller. Fuck you, come on. Really? do this the old-fashioned way. Yeah, I'm sorry. The new controller has some problems. I mean, the new computer has some issues. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Is she alive? I wouldn't know, but she was definitely breathing a few hours ago, though. She kept calling your name over and over again, Liquid said coolly. Meryl, she's a fool to fall for a man who doesn't even have a name. I do have a name. No, you don't. And no past and no future. That's the way it is for us, Liquid shouted. The only thing we do have are instructions written in our father's genomes. Liquid, let Meryl go. After we settle things between us, we're just about out of time. You talking about Foxdie? No, the Pentagon. It seems that the DoD came to a decision when they heard about Metal Gear's destruction. They're not even interested in a Bond report at this point. Ask your Shadow Campbell if you want. He likes to listen, doesn't he? Snake raised Campbell on the radio. Colonel, can you hear me? I'm here. What's the Pentagon up to? You better tell me, Colonel. The Defense Secretary's personally taken control of the mission. He's on an AWAC heading your way. For what? An airstrike, Campbell replied bitterly. What? That's not even the bad news. A bomber just took off from the Galena Air Force Base. It's carrying the B-6113 surfacing-piercing missiles. Christ, Metal Gear's already been destroyed. Snake raised his voice. Doesn't the Defense Secretary know that? He knows, but because of Naomi's betrayal, he no longer has any faith in Foxdie's effectiveness. Your taking out Metal Gear means that the threat of nuclear strike has been removed, and he's free to ensure a direct and complete cover-up of the whole affair. By blowing up all the evidence and everyone who knows anything sky-high with the nuclear bomb. Snake finished angrily. Campbell's next words were unexpected. Don't worry, Snake, I'll halt the airstrike. What? It may be a technicality, but I'm still the field controller for the mission. If I call in an order to halt the strike, it should wreak enough havoc with the chain of command to buy us some time. Use it to get out of there. Snake called one of his men over and muttered an order. There was little doubt that it was for Campbell's arrest. Oh, shit. Snake, remember, this is from Romanenkov's point of view. Snake and Campbell, ignorant of the roomful of ears who were listening on their exchange, were still talking. Colonel, you know what would happen to you. It's all right, Snake, but you should know something. There's a top-secret internal investigation being conducted into Foxhound these past few months. Meryl was transferred out to Shadow Moses the day of the insurrection, as a hostage to ensure my cooperation. What a... Snake broke off in disgust. Now go, Snake. Are you sure about this? You'll lose everything you worked for. I'm sure. In this way, I get to keep the things that are really important, and that I would otherwise lose. Colonel. All right, I'm putting in an order to halt the strike. This is the point of no return. What the hell? Campbell gasped. It seemed that Richard's men were trying to restrain him. The only things we could hear over the radio were gunshots and unintelligible noise. I was once again a helpless spectator of a life-or-death struggle. Mei-Ling burst in abruptly as though she had seized the microphone. Snake! Mei-Ling, what happened to the Colonel? I don't believe this. Tell me what's going on. Snake, the Colonel! Mei-Ling's voice was lost in a shower of static before she could reveal more. Instead, an unfamiliar male voice started to speak. This is Jim Houseman, Secretary of Defense. Roy Campbell was just relieved of duty. Let me talk to Colonel Campbell. He's been arrested for compromising national security. He'll be charged with treason. That's insane. No, it was Roy Campbell who was insane if he truly believed he had any real say in this mission. You. Snake was seething, but Houseman went on nonchalantly. The nuclear strike will go forward as planned. The sea will take care of what little there is left. That's what the president wants. So this is an executive order? The presidency of the United States is a very, very busy job. Let's just say that I take full responsibility for this strike. Are you going to explain to the media why you dropped a nuke on American soil? Don't worry, there's a cover story ready. A band of terrorists took over the Shadow Moses facility and were extremely careless with their nuclear missile. You'll be killing your own genome, Commandos. All the researchers, too. Donald's already dead, Houseman suddenly said with genuine sorrow in his voice. So you didn't plan on killing the DARPA chief after all, Snake asked. He was my closest friend. And the rest of the poor bastards stranded here aren't. So to hell with them, is that it? That depends. If you transfer the contents of the optical disc over to me, there may be room for a negotiation. What disc? Snake feigned ignorance, but the Houseman was not so easily put off. The disc that contained the full exercise data. Donald was supposed to personally bring it back. I don't have it. That's unfortunate, Houseman said calmly. The fact remains that the two of you are a liability. You belong to an age no one cares to go back to, and you have the potential to needlessly embarrass this great nation. No, you can't be permitted to ever leave that island. Take the time until the airstrike to catch up. Then rest in peace. You're a ghost of the Cold War, after all. The transmission ended. So there's no way out for either of us. I heard Liquid laugh as he approached Snake. We'll settle the score before the cavalry arrives. Snake rose to his feet. You've taken everything from me, Liquid said, and I'll reclaim it all, including my rightful biological heritage, right here. The two Snake closed in on one another. The final battle was about to begin. Snake and Liquid had engaged each other in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Baruch had other things to attend to. He had one of his men open a radio channel. Yes, what is it? I realized with surprise that the person he had called was none other than the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman. An airstrike was an unwise decision, Richard sounded displeased. With a nuclear-armed stealth bomber airborne, a complete cover-up is no longer an option. They are not happy with this. It's the only way to destroy the evidence. The results will bear out the correctness of my decision. There will be no results. I've already aborted the airstrike. How dare you! Houseman started the roar, then suddenly petered out. He no doubt had remembered the powers that be that stood behind Richard. What do you intend to do, then? He asked with barely suppressed rage. There's another viable way to salvage the situation. You might even call them the twins. Fuck you. I know it's a good opportunity, but still. And make me take the fall? I don't think so. Houseman's voice shook with fury. Richard sighed exaggeratedly. You don't think so? It seems, Mr. Secretary, that Colonel Campbell's not the only one who truly believed that he had any real say in this mission. What are you saying? I heard the sound of scuffling on the other end. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get your hands off me. Houseman had apparently been restrained. It was exactly the same scenario that had played out during Campbell's arrest. You have several choices, Richard explained with something resembling pity. It's up to you which ending this particular story has. I myself would suggest a quiet retirement from public life. You'll pay for this, Ames, I swear to God. Houseman spat out as he struggled vainly against his captors. Personally, I don't condone rough measures. Hope you'll come to the same decision, Richard ended the call. The transmission from Shadow Moses was still active. Liquid's dying scream tore through the speakers. Looks like things are wrapping up nicely over there, Richard murmured. Richard cleared all of the personnel out of the study. We were alone now. I could hear Snake and Merrill over the wires. It seems he had succeeded in rescuing her in time. Now the question is, what am I going to do with you? Soundtrack change, because there's only one soundtrack here that I think fits this one. Instead of the Liquid boss fight. Okay, showtime. The time had come for me to make my move. I walked up to my computer. This machine has been recording everything that went on in this study and relaying it out to a remote location. Once there, the data was immediately backed up on an optical disc. It was no bluff. It was just a more covert version of a real-time remote conferencing system. Because of my work, I frequently must acquire information from such unsavory types as black market arms dealers and mafia members who specialize in plutonium smuggling. The recordings were my standard insurance policy. I've already sent a message to the collocation administrator. He'll give the disc to my media contact if he can't get in touch with me by a certain time. That had been the mail that I'd secretly sent from my PDA earlier. If anything happens to me, the contents of the disc will be all over the world. But Richard was unfazed. I started to feel apprehensive as he calmly lit another cigarette. You mean this disc? He took out a shining optical disc from his inside jacket and slid it into my PC's drive. A few quick clicks of the mouse and the playback started. I stared at the slightly grainy footage, horrified. The audio seemed overly loud in the silent room. You should be hearing from him soon. You clear on how to use the radio? Richard's voice was raspy in playback, but it was definitely the data I'd secretly collected and sent out. How? You shouldn't underestimate me, Richard said as he ejected the pocketed disc. Everything in this house has been vetted and monitored since the operation started. Nothing got in or out without my knowing about it, including electronic signals. That email you sent from the bathroom never got to its destination. He'd seen right through me. With that realization, I felt strength leaving my body. The game was up. But even if you had managed to get this data out into the world, that wouldn't have guaranteed you safety. No one would have believed you had another conspiracy theory, least of all the press. Your people would have made sure of that, I'm sure. Instead of answering, Richard stubbed out his cigarette and slid his right hand inside his jacket. There was an awkward bulge there in the clean line of his tailored jacket. It was where he kept his gun holstered. Cold sweat trickled down my back. I was slowly backing away from Richard, and I didn't even realize the fact until my back hit the wall. There was no way out. Are you really prepared to kill me? I couldn't hide the tremor in my voice. You should know the answer to that, he said quietly, looking me straight in the eye. And he pulled his hand out from under his jacket, and I instinctively shut my eyes. But even after what felt like an eternity, the muffled shot and the pain I was expecting didn't come. I wearily opened my eyes and saw what was in his hand. It was not a gun, but a disc. Everything you wanted to ever know about Fox-Die. Richard walked up to me and placed the disc in my hand. As I said, a recording of what took place in this room won't guarantee your safety. There's no solid proof, just talk. It could easily be denounced as a fabrication and covered up. But the Fox-Die data is a different story, he continued. This disc contains everything about that project, from its origins to the names of every individual involved. As long as you have this as an insurance, they won't be able to touch you. Why, Richard? He didn't answer my question. You better get out of here quickly. Your car's just out back. What about you? That's not something you need to worry about. But you don't need me, Nastasha, and I have things to take care of. Why are you doing this? I asked again. You'll figure it out someday. Do what you have to do, all right? He suddenly held me close and put his lips to mine. As we broke apart after a long kiss, he whispered in my ear, I want to do this again, just one last time. Then he gently eased me away. Now go. Hurry. There was gravity in his voice that allowed only one response. I nodded and sped out of the room. That was the last I ever saw of Richard Ames. After I fled from California, I went into hiding and there's been no sign of pursuit. Well, that's enough of that one. There's only one song left to play now. The terrorist incident on Shadow Moses Island came to a conclusion with the destruction of Metal Gear and the death of Liquid Snake. The United States government, however, has not yet officially acknowledged the incident. The roster of the dead included Liquid Snake, Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Decoy Octopus, and Vulcan Raven. Revolver Ocelot's body was never recovered, but his personnel file was closed with the notation, missing in action. Foxhound had in effect been decimated. The survivors from the Next Generation Commando Unit were all removed to the Pease AFB, Air Force Base in New Hampshire, ostensibly for training. As far as I know, the remaining prisoners there to this day. The government has repeatedly denied allegations of genetically engineered super soldiers, but rumors that the research continues remain persistent. The deaths of Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, and Kenneth Baker of ArmsTech ended with the development of a new Metal Gear. The Metal Gear Rex unit itself had been all but completed under Hal Emmerich's leadership. My source at Lawrence Livermore indicated that the railgun warhead delivery system had not been fully operational. Apparently there had been some serious issue with the railgun's targeting accuracy. This was no doubt the reason Baker had entrusted Snake with the exercise data, and Jim Houseman, the Secretary of Defense, had so aggressively pursued its whereabouts. The data is now lost, and the development program has been closed down. I dare to dream that the new nuclear delivery system will never see the light of day. A few days after the incident, I heard on the news that Houseman had shot himself. The suicide was attributed to a temporary nervous breakdown related to job stress. Supporting statements from family and subordinates were widely aired. The airstrike order from Shadow Moses was glossed over as an unfortunate evidence of the late Defense Secretary's unraveling mental state. I remembered Houseman's words from the final hours of the mission and thought I knew what had really happened. He had refused to take the fall and paid for the defiance with his life. The record of the Shadow Moses incident and the Fox-Die data disk that Richard gave me are still under my vigilant guard. The Fox-Die program data covers Naomi's careful analysis of the unauthorized reconfiguration she had made to the virus. The information showed that Snake was indeed one of the targets for the deadly retrovirus, but the incubation period had been changed to a wildcard value. Even Naomi herself did not know when the virus would awaken within Snake. It must have been the best revenge she could think of, condemning him to live in his fearful limbo. Colonel Roy Campbell was released after the Defense Secretary's own arrest, and is once again enjoying his retirement. Mei Ling also made it safely out of their mission and is back in academia. Dr. Hal Emmerich didn't return to ArmsTech following his rescue from Shadow Moses. His whereabouts are unknown, but there is some indication that he made his way to England where he has family members. Snake and Meryl appear to have successfully made it off Shadow Moses Island. I could, however, find no trace of them. I hope the same is true of those who have an interest in seeing them silenced. Naomi Hunter was formally taken into custody after the incident's conclusion. 3 weeks later, if she was undergoing debriefing in a certain facility, she escaped. She's not been heard of since. Officials were closed-mouthed about the circumstances of the escape, but inquiries into other quarters elicited the fact that someone had broken Naomi out of the base. I knew of only one person who could have breached the base's tight security and successfully led someone to freedom. And then there was the matter of Richard Ames. I called in a favor and had an inquiry made to the DIA about one Major Richard Ames. The agency response was that there was no DIA personnel fitting that name and description. Buying my safety and freedom had been a costly act for Richard. It was then that I decided to go public with what I knew. By exposing the conspiracy, I may be putting myself in renewed danger, but I am through with being a spectator. An objective bystander. The powerlessness I felt watching Snake's solitary war on Shadow Moses has been a bitter wake-up call. This time, I'm determined to make a stand. This is my war now. To tell the truth about what happened on that island. That is my responsibility and privilege as a survivor, and a cause for which I am prepared to give my life. The end. That is In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, The Unofficial Truth by Nastasha Romanenko. A full reading via Idiot. Damn. So this is how... Sorry, Colonel, you failed to carry out your duties. Yeah, it does cover a lot of, Your arms, aren't you? Are you? You must be Ames. Still not bad at all. Flippin'. So basically, this covers all the missing pieces of what happened with Richard Ames and how he relates to the story, because it feels like he has a very small portion. What was it? You must be Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer. God, I love how fucking weird that whole section was. Specifically letting you go out of your way to be an absolute creep. But, yeah, I feel like Ames had, like, a really small part in all of this until this made it seem like he was actually a massive character throughout the events of this whole story. And they're already involved with the Patriots. Colonel knew about the Patriots. I do feel like this was a way to kind of, like, retroactively, you know, tie in pieces. I don't think this was clearly thought out at the end of MGS1. But this was a good attempt at retconning and filling in the Patriots. Yes, the Patriots. Damn. The rare the tate tute toe. God, that was fucking hilarious at the end there, where Jack is just having an aneurysm. Oh, well, I don't think retcon means what you think it does. Well, I mean, like, it didn't change anything, I guess. It just filled in gaps that were previously not there. Like events that happened at Nastasha's location, a bit more of what happened on the sub. Because it actually didn't spend too much time talking about what exactly happened in Shadow Moses. This was events happening around Shadow Moses. Like Nastasha's house and how Richard Ames was involved. What exactly happened on the sub with Campbell and Naomi Hunter. What was it? There was one other loose end. That and that space when Snake was knocked out after the Metal Gear fight, and Liquid basically talked shit because Liquid knew about the Patriots, and he mentioned it during that. But Snake was knocked out, so naturally we, the player, didn't hear it during MGS1. So this is less of a retcon and more of just like sliding in more details. God, that was a fun... No, I'm not playing MGS3 tonight, especially not when I've been drinking. Let's fucking go! I'm gonna say, I want to dedicate like a full... No, it's not Morbin time. Why does everyone want it to be Morbin time? Jesus Christ. The fact that that's even an emote pisses me off. I'm already, like, slightly boozed up, too. Like, I could either do, like, a full send right now, or... I'd have to crack open another can, but... There's still the boss rush, which we could give it a shot. And Mason, if you were a Power Ranger, you'd be the black one. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? What are you trying to say? I hope MGS3 does what MGS2 did, because if anyone here watches any of the VODs, you'll notice the start of the stream starts the same way with the opening to MGS2. Like, the game literally has its very own anime opening that's super rad. And I really hope that MGS3 has more of that, because I really enjoy that. There are a few games that have done that. Like, Parasite Eve did that too, and I thought it was super fucking cool. I wish I was the kid dead in a car crash. What was it? When my uncle asked me, like, what do you want to be when you're my age? Well, hopefully dead for 20 years. Was it? No, that's my stepdad. My stepdad's like 70. My mom's like 40. Fucking, so every time it's like, well, what do you want to do when you're my age? Well, hopefully I'll be dead for a while. Just fucking the absolute, like, best response. The funny thing, my parents didn't find me very funny when I was a kid because all of my jokes sucked and they were, like, little kid humor, but now I could actually make jokes that get my parents to laugh despite the fact that they're actively disappointed in me. So, you know, I consider that one a victory. Your mom is into DILFs. Please don't. What was it? I think because I was 10 when she and my stepdad got together. And I think he was, like, in his 50s at the time, and it's been 15, 20 years. Yeah, he's not 70, he's in, like, his mid-60s. So my mom's in her 40s. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get absolutely smashed right now on this liqueur. There's only so much left of it. And then we're going to do a boss rush after a quick break. I want to see, because I've never played MGS. MGS is not a game to play when you're not sober. I'm going to see how well this goes. Can I at least choose the difficulty of the boss rush? Fight as Raiden or fight as Snake. Oh, God. I didn't realize there were options. Bullshit, it isn't. Well, I wouldn't even be able to specify which MGS would be good while drinking. And there's so many cutscenes that, like, fucking... This is one of those games that you could play if you're hanging out with someone who isn't super interested in what you're doing. Like, I wouldn't play Devil May Cry in front of... well, I don't have a girlfriend, but fucking... Drunk Metal Gear is a national institution. It's about to be. I'm gonna do, I'll do the boss rushes in the meantime to kind of, like, pound out the night. This will be the last night we do MGS2. The next time you see me playing Metal Gear, we will finally be starting Metal Gear Solid 3 after a month. I have done everything there is to do in MGS2. I beat skateboarding. I beat European Extreme. I did all the fucking bullshit codec calls. I did the Snake Tales. I read the books. I did it. I did all of it. People want to give me shit for not fully completing the game. I fucking fully completed the game and then some. After I'm done completing the game, I'm going to go complete your fucking mom too. I'm going to do it I'm going to do it in Crocs with a mesh shirt on. Okay, my roommate finally stopped wearing the mesh shirts around the house, and it has been the best blessing because now I don't have to actively be disgusted whenever I see him. Okay, so while we all hang out here, I'm going to pound this booze. 70% alcohol. And then I'm going to get my shiggy diggy on. You piece of shit. Fucking, I don't even know what to play here, so I will play more Cafe Total. Okay, because after this, I already had 3 shots originally, so this will send me over the edge. Ah. I said I was going to read it, and you guys fucking doubted me. Everyone here doubted me. They're like, there's no way he's going to read the whole thing. And I was like, aw, shit. Why does it take forever to transfer? Transfer? Transfer what? I was gonna say, you don't type in Mordred, you have to use a thing. Shall see whenever it's done. Oh god. Are you shitposting in the Discord? You better not be. I still gotta fix the Discord link. I have to like throw up a Discord link now into the actual OBS chat. Okay, I'm gonna pound this. Check it. Oh god, that is... You shall see whenever it's done. No. Why is it that everyone I know fucking... I don't know. That didn't sound fun. Yeah, it's because it tastes like shit, Mordred. I don't know. Do you enjoy eating ass? And anyone who says yes, shut the fuck up. If you eat ass and you're like, God, I love eating ass, you need to be quiet because no, you don't. And if you do, you got something wrong with your taste buds. I don't drink, then don't start. I'm only drinking to just cope with how bad shit is right now. I was bitching about it earlier, I'm still gonna bitch about it, but... Yeah, I feel like I didn't drink nearly as much, like, a month ago. And then between, like, the job situation, the breakup, and then ASEN going absolutely fucking terribly... I don't know, my confidence has just been absolutely decimated. And the fun thing is, like, I do get a job, but the job sucks because they don't give me hours or pay me. So now I have to find a different job, but it took me 6 months to find this one in the first place. So, I don't know, I saw Uncle Dongus was drinking a lot, and he's like, I do this to cope, and I'm like, you can't cope by just drinking. So... I was having a bad time, and I'm like, huh, I wonder if I should just drink with Uncle Dongus. Woo! God, I want to beat them with a fucking stick. I really do. I'm planning on it. It's a fish beater. Believe it or not, a fish beater is not a fish that you use to beat someone. A fish beater is a small club used to kill fish once you get it in the boat. Or to hit your significant other with if you really like tank tops. That's right, you're going to jail. Oh god, that whiskey went down rough. Well, at the very least, maybe because of how much the whiskey burns, it'll burn out the fish sticks from earlier that made me almost vomit. I have a fish beater in a drawer in the kitchen. Somebody ever talk shit to you in the kitchen, just pop it open, grab it, and just nail them in the face. It's orange liqueur. It's a liquor. I can't just call it liqueur. It's 40% alcohol. Liqueur is like sugary, nasty, like slightly better tasting booze. What the fuck else do I call it? I'm not a seasoned alcoholic. I wouldn't know. Most of the alcohol that has been provided to me is shit I randomly find in the bottom of my pantry from the last 3 years. Whiskey is a spirit. Isn't spirit an alcohol? What's the difference? I don't have a fucking encyclopedia of information. Yes. So would this qualify? If whiskey is a spirit and a spirit is alcohol, this is alcohol. It's a completely different family from... God damn it. Yeah, Mordred, don't ever pick up drinking. If you could deal with your problems by... It's like confusing beer and wine as the... Well, beer and wine have different alcohol contents. And I still hate the taste of all of them. Anyone who's like, hey, you want to kick back and drink a beer? Like, dude, can you just get me a glass of water and bring out the vodka? Like, if I'm just going to casually get drunk, I'd rather just do shots. I swear on me, mom, I'll kick your ass. By the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, my foot is definitely going up your ass. I hate hops. Just hate booze in general, Mordred. It doesn't really do you any benefits. Me, I enjoy getting belligerent because then I don't have to, like, conspicuously, like, think about shit. I'm telling Trey. Please don't. We have to raid on Friday and Saturday, and I don't want him mad before we do that. I'm sorry, I do not want to deal with Angry Tram while we're trying to raid. Some of the long-timers who've been here, you have seen when Tram gets angry. Trust me, you don't want to experience it if you haven't seen it. Oh, God. Fuck. Okay, that's the last of it. Adios, mio. I'm kind of surprised so many people are here for this. Like, I understand a rap... This is basically like the hype stream for when we start MGS3. Oh. Okay, that's enough booze for the night. I may have seen, or may not have. I don't remember. That doesn't narrow it down at all, Mordred. He is truly morbing. I'm gonna morb, Morty. 45 seconds left of this shit. What the fuck are you doing? I'm really... Okay. I just, oh yeah, real quick. I do appreciate everyone's support, by the way, for the broadcast recently. Like, when streaming Metal Gear, we've had a lot more people tune in than usual. As usually we're sitting at about like 5 or 6, but we've been like way up there. So I do appreciate everyone tuning in. I understand you're doing it for your own entertainment, but like Savage donating 100 bits. Like, I do this because it's fun for me, but every bit of like people hanging around, it just goes a long way. So thank you very much. Albeit most of you are shitters who like to insult me, but fucking... I kind of set myself up for it half the time, so I suppose fair is fair. Fucking mostly G. I feel like I'm like a self-appointed punching bag at this point. I don't know. When you go through life and you realize that you're an idiot, you kind of have to understand that this is just like the status quo. You're like, I am dumb. How do I utilize this? Because you can't go to jobs that smart people go to, and you're not physically fit enough to go to jobs that like strong people go to. So you're like, what can I do instead? I will autistically play Metal Gear Solid. This is how I cope. Hey, at the very least, I didn't put a bunch of bullshit tags on the stream. I could have slapped like mental health, LGBTQ, ADHD, autism awareness. Like, I could have slapped all those tags on this shit, too. But I'm none of those things. Okay, maybe, like, mildly autistic, but fucking, like... We come here for the game, not for your hero. Unless you're here for me. In that case, you really got something wrong with you, I'm just saying. Like, you are fucked. If I am your definition of entertainment, then you really are fucked. He's just like me for... Shut the fuck up. For real, for real. God, I'm starting to see, like, ironic Zoomer posting. And as a 25-year-old man who never leaves his house, it doesn't necessarily piss me off. It just kind of makes me uncomfortable. Like, it's the dude with, like, the stereotypical Zoomer haircut. And it's like, for real, no cap. I had to have my roommate explain to me what the fuck no cap means. I didn't know what that means until someone told me. I didn't even know what FR means until he was like, it means for real. Like, that was a turn of phrase 10 years ago, but, like, seeing it turn into, like, common texting lingo, I'm not sure if I'm pissed off or... I mean, fuck me. I've been Zoomer-forgotten by Zoomer memes. Can I get a poggers? In the chat. Cooking with Obama. Shit. Okay, you know what? I might as well just polish off this bottle. If we're drinking and doing a boss rush, so a pick will have to be... Oh, boy. Okay, we polished off the orange liqueur. This is definitely turning into vomit later. But that's okay. I think that's what God intended. Yeah, I was going to work out today. I decided not to, thanks to just the queasiness. Check video games. I'm all over it, Chief. Fuck. I'm sorry, Mordred. That looks super cool, but I think we're playing the PlayStation 3 version of Peace Walker. Otherwise, like, I don't know how many players you could have in Peace Walker. I know right now it's me and G on PS3, but it's like an open invite to have up to 4 people. Okay, yeah, 4. I was right. As I thought it was just 2, maybe 4. But yeah, that goes out to anyone. Once we get to Peace Walker, it's going to be a while, because I need to play all of Metal Gear Solid 3 and 4, and then we're going to play Peace Walker, and then we're going to play MGS5. Like, there is a lot of Metal Gear. 2 thick men per love box. Like, there's a lot of Metal Gear still involved. Okay, there we go. Have that like an even 14, maybe. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, originally I was too loud, so I had to adjust it. Okay, I'm gonna polish this off, and then we'll do the boss rush. God, I hate it. Does anyone here remember, by the way, oh, is it Nuka-Cola Quantum? Okay, I guess the better question would be Fallout 76 and the release on that. They released a bottle of liquor that came with it, and the problem is that they ended up releasing... It was a glass bottle of, like, it looked like a beer bottle of rum. 18 gay mercenaries in the showers at Mother Base. I would play... Honestly, we would probably play Ram Ranch on stream if not for the fact that I would definitely fucking get banned. If I play Ram Ranch on stream, we're getting banned. There's no doubt about it. We already fly really close to the sun. And Ram Ranch is one of those things, like, I've already played Gotchi on stream before. If I play Ram Ranch, I'm gonna have to make Mason the Shitlord /2. And I'm gonna lose all of my followers. Everyone is going to die. Like, fucking... The good thing is I have the Discord to be like, hey, I got banned. Oh, yeah, Alexan, you've never been here during the, Fuck, I'm trying to remember. You've never been here for any of the, X-Anima. X-Anima is a physics-based dungeon crawler. Also, a Discord link for anyone who gives a shit. It's a physics-based dungeon crawler. Every time we play it, Gotchi is played in the background. And... it is an absolute clusterfuck. It is one of the only that's when I had that one stream. It was one of the best streams we've ever had, where I got into character. Like, I went into full-blown character for 2 streams in the war against racism, where Colonel Mason and Sergeant Darren had to go slay the CEO of racism. The CEO of racism controlled the WWE. The, crack agents of... Yeah, the anti-antagonistic league. The ANAL. The problem is the game updates so slowly that it's still not finished after 2 years. So, the continuation of the ANAL hasn't happened yet. The closest we got was I played a game called The Black Masses, and no, that's not being me being racist. That is the name of the fucking game. where I tried to stay in character, but it was really hard. I posted another pic. Snake! That's really cool. I like that. Yeah, sometimes, Alexan, we do... I may, like, play a lot of video here, but sometimes we do come up with some good ideas. If you think this is wild, you should see the cooking streams. I'm glad you got her up and running. The only thing I remember from Peace Walker is Heaven's Divide. Okay. We are going to take a 15-minute break here, boys and girls. I'm going to go and smoke a cig. I'm going to get some fresh air. And use the bathroom. And I will come back and I will re-look at those pictures, Mordred, but first I really have to shit. I will be back. When I come back, it is boss rush time. We'll see how well I can play Metal Gear when I'm intoxicated. I'll give you a hint, not very well. Let's fight, brother. Why are you calling me brother? Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to Mason FM with the Midnight Hour. We have, for those of you who are tuned in for the reading of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses by Nastasha Romanenkov, we already kind of finished reading that. So, sorry to disappoint. He's almost getting... I'm sorry, fucking... I went out for, like, one cigarette, and then fucking... the booze kicked in, and then the one cigarette turned into two. Shit. I know, usually, like, every time that I've decided to, like, drink when it's not with the group, I'm usually playing VR chat, so I'm not very good at, like, being a drunk by myself. So it's usually... I got water now. Yeah, I made sure to drink some water. But yes, your hero is still alive and well. Rest assured. I'm still amongst the realm of the living. My fellow Americans. Okay, that's enough of that. Close that. It's time for some video games. I did promise a boss rush for those who are still here. And a boss rush you shall have. It's time to put it all together. This is the last bit of content we have to do until this is donezo. So we're going to do it as Raiden. Don't forget the dick pic. I mean, don't forget the normal pics. Oh, wait. So do you have... I got bothered by G. So I'm noticing you have the disc tray open, but the game is still running. Is that Peace Walker running on just as is without any UMD? Is that what I'm looking at right now? Let's do hard. I can already do it on extreme. Let's see how well I do when I'm intoxicated.
Ready?
All right, bring it, lady. I'm not just any idiot. I'm the best idiot.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
You know who else were your parents? Not me, lady.
The unit is my life, my family. Go!
That's right. I always had trouble with UMDs anyway.
All the bad and all the good.
She's a worthy opponent.
Nothing except the unit. Go! Nothing else matters to me.
I may be intoxicated, but I remember. Please reinsert.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
You want to fucking bet? I'm retarded and have no ethics. You want to see what I can do?
Take this.
Wait, what? Oh, I lost meal!
Take this.
I'm not just any fool. I'm a fool who knows what he's doing. Where's she shooting?
Take this.
You bitch! God, it's so weird to be in those boss fights as fucking Raiden.
Take this.
Raiden, you have to capture all of the monkeys! There you go, dodge that, you fucking wanker. I'm running out of bullets. There we go, we got her right where we need her. Yeah, sorry, I'm very deep in the booze right now. Mr. Booze. And say when I've been drinking for a little bit, fucking it's a lot harder for me to like keep a decent schedule. Especially in playing MGS. Because this game requires like a decent level of focus on the higher difficulties that I'm not sure I can keep up with in like a reasonable level.
Ready?
Raiden versus the soldiers. Oh god, I have to do this section with just this shit? Are you kidding me? Okay, so they give me more weapons as it progresses. I can handle that. Wait, if I have a stun grenade, what about this? Eat shit, fat boy. Never underestimate a determined individual, especially one that practices in the art of being fucking stupid. That would be me, baby. I've already beat the game on in higher difficulties. It can't get much worse than this. Come on, stick your head out. I'll show you who's the boss. Who's the big boss. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Wow! Oh, no one is trying to fall asleep to this shit because... Fuck. Down you go. Oh, it's these schmucks. I'm the best. Local so you need dude with PSPs on the same land. Okay, yeah, in this case, all I really need is, okay, this should be easy if I could grab ammunition for it. It's only on hard, so this should be a cakewalk. I've already been through these fights 4 times in the last month on higher difficulties. This cannot be difficult. Try to bust a move. I'll show you who's boss, fat boy. Problem is, there's no rations here, and the rations that are here are few and far in between. Do I have claymores? I don't have claymores, I just have the stuff. If that's how you want to play this, we could play it that way. Yes, when we play Peace Walker, we're going to be playing the MGS. The MGS.
Moron! Ow!
God, he makes it too easy. Yeah, when I play Peace Walker, I'm going to be playing the PS3 version of Peace Walker, by the way. So, I know me and G are going to be playing it together. I don't know how integral co-op is to the experience. Are all the missions made with co-op in mind, or are they just made with... like, things are going to be normal, but there is the chance that playing it in co-op will make it easier. Okay, I gotta go grab ammo. You're gonna have to do better than that, Snake! Some late game stuff can get grindy. Yeah, because when I play Peace Walker, I'm going to try pushing Peace Walker to its, like, absolute limit once again. I can't guarantee that's going to make it easy or anything, but I do know that, like, I will try. You wanker. It's okay, stop running. We can get to know each other. There we go. Now he's dead. I mean, more post-game stuff. I was gonna say, I'll try my best to, like, strut my stuff during Peace Walker, but based on my impression of MGS 5, Peace Walker is not going to be easy by any means.
It's time to get back.
I'm gonna say, because MGS 5, like, turned the difficulty level to the absolute extreme, and all I can say is that it'll take a lot out of us. I'm guessing... Yeah, there it is. You're not very smooth, fat boy. Okay. The Harrier, I think, is on the easier side. I should be able to handle the Harrier. I do so little health compared to the higher difficulties. It's weird.
Use this.
That's great, Snake, but what if he decides he's done with my shit? Huh. I don't know what I was expecting here, to be honest.
More ammo. Catch.
Okay, and now I have the AK. And they got my eye!
More ammo. Catch.
Yeah, that's right, you better run. Okay, that was a good trade, because he can't do enough damage to kill me. He's gonna drop bombs now. I got him to half health. So he's upset. He's spaghetti. Come on, fat boy! Oh, dear. All according to plan, baby. Oh, hey, there's ammunition down here.
I'll let you go out in style.
I don't think so, champ. I may be drunk, but that doesn't mean I can't handle your ass. I beat fucking EDF on extreme. Even if there's a dickin', prepare to give it a lickin'.
Try dodging this.
Oh, Raiden's the real OG. Time to show you why. Fuck.
Right. I'll take care of it. More ammo. Catch.
Shit, he's gonna get in position. Where is he now? Okay, he's bringing out the big guns. You are fucking kidding me. Well, it looks like killing yourself is always the option. Oof, mine's through 2000 model. Okay, we can do boss survival on the condition that we don't accidentally commit suicide. Fucking that and trading is not a good idea. I'm not gonna put like too much effort into this, to be totally honest. Well, I just think that like the absolute way I ended up handling it was apparently dying in the process. You need to remember how to put stuff. Fucking, well, there's always skateboarding. I am really looking, for those of you who just tuned in, we're already done with the reading. MGS3 is next. I'm not going to be starting it tonight. The way things are structured for the next few nights is tomorrow night is most likely going to be MGS3. Friday, Saturday is going to be raid nights. I don't know what's going on Sunday night just yet. I'm also very intoxicated right now, just to let everyone know. I'm doing my best to keep my shit together as I play this. I've never played Metal Gear drunk. Every time we played Metal Gear, I've been stone cold sober, so I'm now doing my absolute best. Colonel, I need to fight Liquid, but I need to be totally rad in the process. Yeah, the thing I remember is people like to shit on Project 8. I still think Project 8 was one of the better parts of the Tony Hawk universe. Fuck. I had to double check. Is it R1? Yeah, it's R1. Okay, it's R2 that rotates. For some reason, rotation isn't mapped to the D-pad, and it kind of pisses me off. Yeah, totally radical! Yeah, PSC, actually very good console stuff. I had to double check. I was gonna say, I'm sorry, fuck, you have such a long name, I'm not sure what to shorten it to for, like, common usage. Oh, shit, I can land that. There we go. We're not gonna be playing, Peace Walker on the PSP. I'm actually gonna be playing the PS3 version, just for ease of use, because I'm already gonna be playing MGS4 on it. So what's the game plan is, I'm gonna be playing, say the whole thing, Mason. Okay, fine. Kel Tyson Kissa calls. Come on, don't be making me do this when I've been drinking. Don't make my life harder on purpose. It's already hard enough as is. Yeah, Snake is totally radical. Come on, Snake, move like you're Liquid. I don't know how to do any of the special moves either, because the only skating game I played was Tony Hawk Project 2X and Project 8. That's it. That's all I got. Was it, though? Fuck. If not making life hard for you, that's pretty rad. Yes, I am going to be playing the PS3 version of MGS Peace Walker and Metal Gear Solid 4. I'm going to play the PC version of MGS 5, for those of you who are wondering. I'm not going to be playing on solo only. I'm completely open to FOB invasions. If anyone wants to make my life incredibly hard during MGS 5, all I got to say is bring it on. You're like, I may be an idiot, but I'm not going to back down from a challenge, even if it is in the public. Because my Steam username is the same as my Twitch username. I do have to order... I'm stocking up on... Okay, maybe don't purposely put in a shit ton of effort to make my life harder on MGS5. I still gotta play Ground Zeroes. Gay man penis. Ah, yes, of course. I should have suspected. Yeah, Keltazin, though, we're gonna be on the PS3 version. So let me get this straight. In order to play Peace Walker, MGS4, and all that, I have to order the Legacy Collection, right? Because that's the version I need. It's, yes. I didn't realize they shut down the PlayStation 3 stores. The only way to get games for PS3 now to order them? I had a copy of JoJo's All-Star Battle. I don't know what to do with it. Legacy Collection. It comes with MGS2, MGS2 HD. Oh, Metal Gear 1, 2. MGS4 Trophy Edition of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. You have to go through the website on PC to add funds. Okay, because I'm going to be using the Legacy Collection to play Peace Walker HD Edition and 4. I'm going to try and play the MGS 3 PS2 version of Subsistence. Is the version I'm going to be attempting to play. Can't buy all the good digital games anymore either. Well, God, fucking... I think it's like Sony and Nintendo are pissed off and they're constantly bothered at the fact that people are buying these are playing these games via emulation. Like, dude, if you don't offer any backwards compatibility, like, what do you think people are going to do? Like, these games are a part of each franchise's history, especially. God, I fucking suck at this. I'm not good at skateboarding games. The only game I got good at skateboarding in was Project 8, and I haven't played Project 8 since I was 17. That was the only time I really played Project 8. The fact that this is a part of Substance still rustles my jimmies to no end because I think this is hilarious. I just wish the controls were less terrible. Sorry, Colonel Campbell, I'm too busy being totally radical. The big shell, more like the big shred. Going to be shut down. Yeah, like the only way to play these games anymore is through emulation, and they get salty at the fact that people are emulating it. Like, dude, you don't give us any other options. Like, backwards compatibility hasn't been a thing since PlayStation 3. Like, the PlayStation 4 kind of has it with the PS Now, but even then, it's not really true backwards compatibility. What it is for compatibility on the PS4, what they do is they emulate a PlayStation 3 console via their servers instead of real emulation or being able to run these old games in the first place, and then they're pissed off that people want to run these games. And I really would like to understand what the fuck is going through their head. Like, why are you going to be salty if at the same time, if you're deliberately fucking people, like what did you think was gonna happen? Yeah, there it is. I used to be really good at these sort of games. The new PS Now, some of the games are the PAL versions. Jesus. Well, it's just they're incredible. Like, there's a massive audience for these titles, but they're deliberately choosing not to take advantage of them. And then they're surprised that people aren't willing to do anything with them. Nice riding, you damn straight it is. I just think this entire section is hilarious. They revamped the big shell for this. Yeah, it's not like people are deliberately trying to, like, break the law or anything. Like, for me, I legitimately own these games, so it's fine. And it's hard to get a hold of them. Like, I have to wait sometimes to play some of them in order just so they show up in the mail, but they don't make it easy to get a hold of them. And some of the ways they play it, like the Metal Gear Solid versions that are the HD editions, are missing content from the originals. And they, for some reason, are confused as to why people are doing this in the first place. And there's no understanding either. That's kind of what pisses me off a little bit, too, is they're deliberately being thick. They're like, oh, God, why are people emulating this shit? Like, because you don't put in any fucking effort in providing people an alternative. What did you think was going to happen? People are going to find a way. It's the internet, and at the end of the day, these are digital files. Like, I'm obligated because I stream to do everything legally, but other people are not. You could play MGS2 on your X. Yeah, but the thing, I want to play Substance. I don't want to play the HD edition. And even then, the HD edition deliberately has downgrades. It's like the same, if you look at Metal Gear Solid 1, there's a PC version of Metal Gear Solid 1, and it has downgrades. Like, the effects aren't all there. Okay, give me a sec. I need to piss really bad. Well, it's just like, what the hell happened that they have all these issues, and then why do they get mad when people choose to go with other options that are the superior option? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to play Parasite Eve 1, 2, and 3 without emulating it? Is there a legal way to play Parasite Eve right now? Parasite Eve, PS4. Oh god, wait, there's actually a... there's a remastered version. "36 new weapons, the ability to change costumes, a third-person shooter mode. There is actually a... There's a remastered version of Parasite Eve? Oh, too bad it's not real. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, come on, really? Okay, so there's a shit post. It sounds like... Yeah, it's a fan mod. I got excited, and I'm like, there's a way to play it. But... the only version is through the PS Vita, because it's a PS Vita has a lot of PlayStation games. Did it come on? No, it didn't. It sounds like some kind of... Yeah, it's a fan mod. So about 120... Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, you could still order a version online, but it's so hard. Courtesy. Honestly, Keltazin, you should have been here for the Parasite Eve 2 playthroughs. I am going to replay Parasite Eve 1, 2, and 3 at some point because of just how much I loved the games. I originally, like, vaguely heard about Parasite Eve 1 and 2, but I did play Parasite Eve 1 and 2. I played Parasite Eve 1. I got through the entire Chrysler building. It was an absolute slog, but I did do it. Parasite Eve 2, I played on every difficulty. Parasite Eve 2 was one of the hardest high difficulty playthrough games I have played. Well, okay, not the hardest, I would say. I would say that it took a lot more planning, but I didn't, like, die constantly during it. But it definitely gave me a run for my money. I had to think of alternative strategies for beating guys. I should watch it. What was it? Parasite Eve 1, I would highly recommend. Keltainen. I greatly enjoyed our playthrough of the Parasite Eve franchise. Parasite Eve 1, let's talk... Okay, so I want to make this extremely clear to everyone here. I played through every Parasite Eve game on every difficulty available. And when I say I played every Parasite Eve on every difficulty, I mean every Parasite Eve game. I played Parasite Eve 3. I played the third birthday on the highest difficulty the game had to offer. It was the shittiest, most broken, dysfunctional title I have ever had the joy of playing on this broadcast. All the systems that the game had put into place on the lower difficulty not only fell apart on the higher difficulties, but became actively detrimental on the higher difficulties. It actively became worse on the higher difficulties, actually, because the higher difficulties literally had it as a feature. They made it a feature to actively lower the quality of your experience. Because there's a leveling system in Parasite Eve 3 where character switching becomes very important because you die in one hit against basically everything on higher difficulties. And in order to refill ammo, there's no ammo drops. You just have to keep switching until you randomly get it as a skill that you can level up for. The problem is the percentage of that skill working goes down whenever you increase the difficulty. So not only does the game take away your decision making and make it less effective, it actively punishes you for doing so. And the game already sucked to begin with. Like, the story was fucking ultra mega ass. Well, I mean, like, kind of, but not really. Like, it was a cake. As I was learning the game, you rapidly figure out what works and what doesn't. Like, all the assault rifles, you quickly figure out, they all suck dick. The only two viable weapons are the sniper rifles and the grenade launchers. Every assault rifle, as soon as you increase the difficulty, becomes completely useless. The pistol becomes completely useless on higher difficulties. It is a piece of shit. Do not use it. If you have to use it, just restart. You already fucked up. I have never seen game developers actively, like, in order to use the sniper rifle at max effectiveness, already they're asking for a level of accuracy based on the movement speed of the enemy that is not possible using the PSP's aiming system. You need pinpoint accuracy to use the sniper rifle at all on the PSP. So, fuck that, just shoot him in the body. Because you are not getting the pinpoint accuracy you need. Which is why you're also supposed to use the grenade launcher. And the only way to reload ammunition is by rapidly switching between characters. The problem is, since that's the only viable way to deal damages through those weapons, if you run out of ammo very quickly. I have to keep switching characters, and because the chance of an ammo restock gets lower on higher difficulties, I have to spend 5 minutes switching characters to use those weapons again. It is incredibly infuriating, terribly trash, and whoever decided to make that a feature, go fuck yourself. I genuinely wish to know why you decided to make this a PSP game, because I feel like the third birthday on a different console with higher graphical fidelity and better controls would have been a better game, because you wouldn't actively be fighting the controls that are in place to make it playable. Like, it felt like if you tried making Parasite... And the thing is, it was such a departure from the original games. Like, Parasite Eve 1 felt like really tactical. You still had to react in time to dodge attacks. It was a very good game. I loved Parasite Eve 1. Parasite Eve 2 was a little bit of Parasite Eve 1 with a lot of Resident Evil, and it's made by Capcom. That makes sense. No, wait, no, it's not made by Capcom. It's made by Square Enix. Sorry, my bad. I've been drinking. Parasite Eve 2 played a lot like Resident Evil with Parasite Eve 1 elements, and the games still hold up very well. I would say that Parasite Eve 2 actually got better on subsequent playthroughs, because the game's strengths shined the longer you played it. The first playthrough was kind of rough, but every time you replay the game gets kind of better, would be the best way, because, like, I first beat the game and the story was like, it was okay. But the gameplay itself, it didn't amaze me, but the longer I played the game and the higher I turned up the difficulty, and it's the reason that I make it a point to play games on the highest difficulty as I play them on this channel, because some games on their normal playthroughs don't have a chance to show off all of its mechanics. And I feel like Parasite Eve 2 was one of those games. But after turning up the difficulty, the game started to shine in more ways than one. And it is now one of my favorite titles after beating it on the highest difficulty. Like, meta-knowledge became important. You had to change up your tactics. You had to actually pay attention to what enemies are weak to. It became an amazing title for me. And I would love a chance to replay it again. I probably will at some point, to be honest. Because it's not on the YouTube channel yet. And I would love to have that up there. Fucking... And then Parasite Eve 3 happened, where I'm like, okay, I'll turn up the difficulty to give the game a chance. Parasite Eve 3 is a game that actively broke down the longer you played it. Parasite Eve 2's story was Parasite Eve 3's story actively sucked. They made a random shooter... Yeah, that's... Yeah, I could agree with that. I felt like the story had nothing to do with what was going on, and they made a complete departure from previous gameplay. Parasite Eve 1's tactical, Parasite Eve 2 played like more of a survival horror game, but still tactical. And then Parasite Eve 3 played like Gears of War if Gears of War had a really shitty leveling mechanic attached to it. And I think that only made it more frustrating, because Parasite Eve 3's story, I won't talk about the story for people who haven't played it, but I'll give you a hint, it killed the franchise. It destroyed any possibility of a sequel. If they made another Parasite Eve, it would have to be a remake or a reboot. Thanks to Parasite Eve 3's absolute dogshit storytelling and fucking terrible ending. Like, everything that you hate about bad storytelling happened in Parasite Eve 3. You had poor storytelling, you had character assassination, you had sexualization of characters that didn't really need it because they was just like thrown in there. Like, yeah, I like that, but at the same time, the context under which it happened made it kind of weird. You had really poorly defined motives for everyone involved. And it just... God, it makes me mad. It's such a wasted opportunity and so much wasted effort. Why? Why did this have to happen? And it bothers me. It really does. Have you played Galarians? I have heard of Galarians. It is on the list of games we are going to play. Yeah, I saw, I've never heard of Galarians until 3 weeks ago, Keltanen. I then proceeded, I've never heard of Galarians Ash, but I did find a copy of Galarians. I didn't realize there was a sequel, but Galarians 1 is on the list of games we're playing. Right now, we're on a little bit of a retro kick. Like, I've been playing retro games for the last year through a PS1 emulator. It's been a lot of fun. We've played Kingsfield 1 and 2. I played Shadow Tower. We played through a lot of fucking old school games. I played Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the very first time about a year ago. I've never played any of these games. And Galarians I saw in a thread a while back, like 3 weeks ago, and it looked super cool. Kind of reminded me of Parasite Eve 2 if the stakes were higher. Hell Knight was an interesting one. I think I'm going to replay it. Hell Knight, the ending Hell Knight was an interesting playthrough. Yeah, the plot is so strange. What, for Hell Knight or for Galarians? Galarians I haven't touched yet. Don't tell me about it. I am going to play it, Keltanen, though. As it stands right now, I don't really have anything planned after, for Galarians. Well, I mean, I'm down for it. I mean, I have it, like, it's ready to go on RetroArch. It's just waiting for the opportunity to play it once I'm done with MGS. Because I've never played Metal Gear Solid before, so I'm going through the entire series. Like, I thought MGS 1 was amazing, and then I play MGS 2, and it was super cool. Looking forward to MGS 3 and 4. I did play 5, but I didn't pay much attention, so Peace Walker's going to be fun. I never touched Peace Walker. I only played 5 and, like, Revengeance, and then Twin Snakes. But I barely remembered Twin Snakes, so that's okay. We got a lot in the tube right now. Galarians is on the list. Hell Knight, I'm probably going to replay it at some point. God, Hell Knight fucking was... I don't do horror games very well. There were several encounters in Hell Knight that made me collectively shit my pants. And... what was it? We tried to play... It was a title called Nightmare Creatures. Because I heard a lot of people talk about Nightmare Creatures. I tried to play the game. I really did. I fucking hated Nightmare Creatures 1 and 2 so much. If there's one thing that has not progressed very well over the years, as someone who's played a lot of retro games in the last year, because I could usually overlook design issues given the technology at the time, which is how I was able to enjoy Kingsfield. But action games and character action games, especially ones with platforming, have progressed past the point where Nightmare Creatures is playable. You cannot give me Devil May Cry 5 and then ask me to play Nightmare Creatures and tell you that Nightmare Creatures is a good game. Nightmare Creatures, for the time, may have been okay, but in hindsight, after playing like DMC 5 and then going back to Nightmare Creatures fucking sucked. Nightmare Creatures was a terrible time. I have beaten every game that I have started, even if it was dog shit on this stream, except Nightmare Creatures 1 and 2. Nightmare Creatures 1 was frustrating to the point that I stopped playing it. Nightmare Creatures 2, I was able to play, but it was so boring that I just, after 2 hours, I was like, I'm not doing this. The only other game I would say that tried to catch my interest is Medieval, the original Medieval. And the story and dialogue was interesting, but the gameplay itself just did not hold up after the years. Unfortunately, like, it was not fun. I did not enjoy it, and I don't plan to play it. We tried. We got about 4 hours deep before I said, enough is enough, we're done with this. I think the franchise is already dead. I don't know if they even had the rights to the title. Actually, G, if you look closely... Here, I'll pull it up here so I can double check. Notice how Parasite Eve's name isn't Parasite Eve the Third Birthday. The name of the game is specifically the Third Birthday. The reason why the game is designed as the Third Birthday instead of Parasite Eve is due to a licensing issue where they had the rights to Ayabria, the characters from Parasite Eve, but they did not have the rights to the Parasite Eve name, which is why Parasite Eve is called the Third Birthday instead of Parasite Eve the Third Birthday. And the funny thing is, the Third Birthday, like the name The Third Birthday, isn't relevant to the plot in any way, shape, or form. At no point does the name The Third Birthday come up at any point throughout the fucking game. And I'm confused as to why it was called that, aside from it being the third game. The game was designed from the outset as having no direct connection to the previous Parasite Eve games. That was extremely obvious. Is The Third Birthday a good game? No. No, it is not. Anyone who says otherwise only played it on normal and is actively under the influence. If you think The Third Birthday is a good game, you're smoking pot. You're fucking high. It is a terrible game. I tried to like The Third Birthday. I really did. I gave it every chance that it deserved as a Parasite Eve game, and it disappointed on every front. It disappointed on story, it disappointed on gameplay. Every point that Parasite Eve 3, The Third Birthday, had to offer was dog shit. I'm so scared to play some of my old... I have good memories, but time can change the opinion. It depends on the game, Keltonin. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate it, G. People say the movement in MGS1 is hard to handle. I mean, it's a little stiff, but I was able to play MGS1 just fine. The only time that MGS1, the controls felt hard to handle is in terms of the crouching. The crouching was the only issue I had, and they fixed that in MGS2 with the dive roll. That's the only issue I had. Just press up to move one. MGS1 is 10. Well, technically, so is MGS2. I think Mordred, I think it refers to the stiffness of the controls and less to, like, whether or not it is tank controls. It's more of, like, a fluidity issue than anything else. Like, there were certain parts in MGS2 where I noticed the controls were actively, like, fighting me. Mostly during the section where, like, after you beat the Harrier and you have to move, the camera angle doesn't match up with the controls. So I accidentally keep running off the edge of the fucking building. And I did not feel like that was my fault at all. It was a little frustrating, but that was like the only part of MGS2 I would say the controls were a detriment. And they fixed it for, what was it, during the Ray fight. It wasn't it. Despite the camera changing a lot during the Ray fight, like, camera issues weren't an issue at all. It was during that one section that was kind of frustrating. That and the Harrier fight itself, despite the layout of the big shell, your controls were slightly offset, so I needed, like, situations where I needed to press my back up against something to take cover from the Harrier, and instead of taking cover, I ran parallel to it, and then I would just run out into the open and get shot. That was the only time during the fight, I mean during MGS2, where I felt like the controls were actively being detrimental. Was the Harrier fight in the section after the Harrier. MGS1, I don't think I had a single issue where the controls were being detrimental, aside from stiffness, but that was just a given with the PS1. And I was able to work around that stiffness because the game was built with that stiffness in mind. Like, fighting Liquid on the top of Metal Gear on the higher difficulties, it's kind of detrimental, but there are ways to counteract it, and the game gives you the tools to do so. It's not like MGS2 during the Harrier fight where there's not really a way to compensate unless you perfectly figure out what to do with the thumbstick. Because I played most of MGS2 with the D-pad, believe it or not. Because most of the level design was very... There's a lot of like 45 and 90 degree angles where the D-pad was a much better choice over the thumbstick. I think the only situation I used the thumbstick was during the Harrier fight and the section after the Harrier fight where I have to run along all that shit. And that was literally just to like perfectly press up against stuff. Oh god. What the hell was that? Oh, is that a side effect of That's the first time I've ever heard that. The game got mad. I think you broke it. No, that's just a part of the game because we've been idling for too long. I didn't even know that was a feature. God, that almost made me jump out of my fucking chair. I thought somebody did something. That's a sound. Mr. Lightning Bolt. Yeah, Kelt. We are going to play through the rest of the Metal Gear franchise. I'm probably going to replay some old games. Galarians is on the list. Unless Dragon's Dogma 2 or the RE4 remake come out anytime soon, probably not really going to be playing any newer games unless it is related to, like, jamming with the lads. I do have co-op streams that I do occasionally, but we have a shit ton... What are you laughing about? What did I do that was so different in the last 5 minutes? Fuck it, I didn't do anything. I mean, I maybe jump... Dragon's Dogma... Go fuck it. It's gonna happen. Dragon's Dogma 2 is gonna be announced within the next week. We have the Microsoft Game Showcase and the Capcom Showcase. Dragon's Dogma 2 is happening, and anyone who says otherwise can get fucked. I have been waiting for Dragon's Dogma 2 for 10 years. It's gonna happen. It's Suno said. It was Dragon's Dogma 2 or DMC 5, and it's been a year or two after DMC 5, so give me Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm waiting. What are they waiting for? I'm getting laid. I like how the way they get your attention, like, oh, hey, you've neglected MGS2 for too long. I better Thunder Strike. That's an interesting way to get someone to focus on the game. I didn't even realize that was an effect. But, God, I fucking hate when game... It reminds me of, I heard of a game on GameCube called Eternal Darkness, Requiem. And if you went AFK, they would actively try to spook you. I'm not down for that shit. Yeah, though, Kel, we still have a lot on the table right now. Galarians... Wait, I didn't realize that Galarians even had a sequel, though, to be honest. Okay, so we have Galarians on the list of games we have to play. I already have it. It's just a case of Galarians, what's next? Galarians 2 is on PS2. Luckily, I already have the PS2 emulator ready to go. What about Galarians Ash? Oh, Galarians 2 is Galarians Ash. There's a sanity meter. The lower it is, the more the game fucks with you. Well, at least I got something to look forward to. I love being spooked. Just fuck my shit up, Fanpie. Okay, on that note, it's about 5 in the morning. I think we're... After a full month, I have beaten MGS2 on every difficulty. I've done all of Snake Tales. I've read the books. I think we're done with MGS2. It's time to put this game to rest. Done by the company that did Twin Snakes. Wow, what a fucking change. So I'm gonna call it a night here, boys and girls. They got the shit suit out of him by Epic. Oh god, what did they do? I'm not surprised. You'd be surprised how many people are undercover pedophiles. Especially in, like, the Twitter games industry. The people who scream the loudest are usually the people with something to hide. Thank you for the follow, Kelt. They'll say, I can't promise we're going to be able to meet everyone's standards, but I can assure you I will try. The Kane franchise. Oh, yeah, I forgot. The Legacy of Kane. We still have to play through those games. God, there's the Might and Magic series, the Legacy of Kane, the Galarians. I mean, fuck me. You still haven't played Blood. I am working on it, okay? It is a work in progress. There is so much you don't understand. I'm trying my best over here. I'm putting in so much effort you don't understand. No. I will do it. I will show everyone who's really in charge. I can do this. I'm only doing it for Metal Gear Solid because of how much I love the games. If I'm done with the game by the time I finish it, then I'm not going to be boosting up the difficulty. Like, I can't name any off the top of my head. Like, I didn't replay Hell Knight for the different endings. Once I was done with Hell Knight, I was done. But I've beaten Extreme on the Twin Snakes, MGS. I beat European Extreme on MGS2. MGS3, I'm going to try to beat European Extreme, but from what I hear, Metal Gear Solid 3 is a lot harder than Metal Gear Solid 2. So, we'll see what happens. It's kind of like the same way that, and that's all hearsay, by the way. I don't have any actual facts to back that up. But we have a lot of MGS on the menu before we start playing anything new. Hell Knight has 6 and really? Jeez. I was gonna say, to be fair, you can sacrifice the chick who joins you at the start of the game. The sociopathic girl who has, like, split personality disorder. I'm probably going to replay the games at this rate. Now that we have the VOD channel, there are a few games I do kind of want to replay on, like, a fast-forward mode, because I kind of know what to do. Hell Knight, I got stuck on a lot of parts that were really fucking stupid. But we still have a lot to get through before we start replaying stuff. I haven't even played Abe's Odyssey yet. On that note, though, I am going to call it a night here. It is 5 in the morning. You have been listening to The Darkness Behind Shadow Moses, a reading via Idiot. Are you going to play MGS5? The current game plan, Kelt, is I'm going to play MGS3, then 4, then Peace Walker, then 5. I will be playing Peace Walker on the PS3. I will be playing MGS5 on the PC. So, if anyone wants to try and shitpost in the middle of those due to co-op on Peace Walker or FOB Invasions on MGS5 on PC, try me, bitch. Bring it. I'm dumb as shit, and I will gladly face your ass. I will show you how it's done. Yeah, Kelt. I've never played Metal Gear Solid before, so the only Metal Gear games I have played before I started this full playthrough is MGS5. I didn't really understand any of the references. I played Rising, but I mostly just watched the cutscenes because I thought they were funny. And the Twin Snakes when I was like 10. So we have a lot of Metal Gear to get through. I've never played the original. I never played 2 or 3 or 4. I never played Peace Walker. I didn't understand 5 at all. So this is all very new to me. And I don't regret this at all so far. This has been absolutely amazing. MGS 1 and 2 have been an absolute ride from start to finish. I'm so excited to start 3 and 4. You have no idea, Kelt. I feel like I'm fucking like 15 again, waiting for a new game. And the fact that there's still like so much more Metal Gear Solid has me so fucking hyped up. I'm so excited. Like, I love 1 and 2 and the fact that there's still like 3 or 4 full fucking games for me just waiting in the rafters. Just, oh, God. I haven't been this excited to play something in a while. And the fact that they're all just there and ready for me is so fucking cool. I just, like, why, how did I never play these before? Why did I not do this? They're just so kosher. And I love the story, I love the storytelling. Kojima may be like a fucking, Kojima is an absolute dork, and I love him for it. Kojima's a fucking meme, and it's great. I would say I'd replay Death Stranding, because I did play Death Stranding, but I'm not sure if I'm ready for that level of commitment again, because I put a lot of time into Death Stranding. We played a lot of Death Stranding. I've had some difficult enemies even for me on normal. Well, Kel, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm probably going to play MGS5, and I'm going to play MGS5 on every mission on Extreme as well. Because as I play through the series, I'm turning the heat up to its absolute highest. I want to see how well each of these games hold up on its highest difficulty, to see if the game turns into total bullshit, or if the mechanics were solid enough that increasing the heat makes it even better. Because the way a game really stands out is easy to pick up, hard to master, but it's not bullshit. Like, my appreciation for MGS 1 and 2 is only increased as I increase the difficulty. Because the mechanics, even as I turn things up, still hold up. And that is just fantastic for me. But that's enough of me fanboying over here. I'm sorry, I got carried away. I'm really enjoying this. You guys have no idea how much this has been, like, stress relief for me, given the current situation. Like, this is just a great time for me. I love this. I really do. Okay, but that's enough out of me. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, the game plan for the next few days. So much stress. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is new to me, so I'm having a good time. The game plan for the next few days is, I fought so hard for this. You don't understand. G has been shaking me down for like the last week to just stop playing European Extreme and regular Extreme to just play MGS3. He didn't want the reading to happen at all. Jesus Christ. Okay, but I spent like a year to... Well, I know, but I was doing other shit. What do you want from me? The reason why I don't start these games is because they're a big commitment to play through. I can't play a game once, then play it 2 months later and, like, kick things off. I have to restart the game. You don't understand, G. You were playing fucking... G, I was... Don't you judge me. I like Genshin Impact. I'm sorry, but... That may be a shit take on my part, but I enjoy it, okay? I'm allowed to have vices. I don't care if they're bad. They're cute, okay? And I say that as a grown-ass man. Anyway, game plan for the next few days. Tomorrow night. You've been asking for it for the last month. You've been waiting for it. You've been dying for it. Thursday night. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater finally begins. I have the tech to play it. I have the hardware to go. We're going to be kicking it off in the beginning. The stream is going to say Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. I'm actually going to be playing Subsistence because I have the tech to run it, and also because that way people can find it easily. I'm very excited. I cannot wait to answer all the questions from MGS 1 and 2 in MGS 3. We are finally going to be able to see Snake once again, because I think you play as Snake in MGS 3. And it will be a very, very good time. I'm sorry, that was really loud. I didn't mean to blow up my mic with that. Yeah, we'll be starting MGS 3 tomorrow night. You can shit. Okay, y'all can shit on Genshin Impact as much as you want. I hear it every fucking time I boot up the game. I'm used to it at this point. This is the fucking status quo. Fucking rake me over the coals while you're at it. You can take me out back, nail me on a cross. You're gonna shit yourself. Well, that's kind of the default. It's not necessarily related to the game. But MGS3, tomorrow night, Snake Eater live. Also, I think I might be home late for work. We'll see what happens. We're probably gonna start at midnight like usual. If anyone wants to keep up to date as to when we're streaming, I usually send out an announcement 20 minutes. It's in the Discord. Check it out. Obviously. But Friday and Saturday night, we're probably going to be raiding with the boys. I will most likely be drinking. For those of you who tune in for Metal Gear Solid, the co-op streams are completely different beasts versus the solo streams. Do not expect the same content, and mentally prepare yourself. Because if I'm drinking, and so is everyone else, probably going to have to delete the VOD afterwards. I usually do. I don't know what's going on Sunday night. I'll let you guys know Saturday night or on Sunday before we start. But on that note, I'm calling it a night here. We have finally put MGS2 to rest. MGS2 Sons of Liberty has been an absolutely fantastic experience. I've enjoyed every second of it. I thought the second half of the story was absolutely wild. I thought Raiden was a great character. I didn't really like him at first, and it's not that I didn't like him, I just didn't understand why he was the main character. I was completely bait and switched and had no idea Raiden was even in the fucking game, but all the better for it. I really enjoyed it. Fuck it, I can't wait to see what's in store. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a live reading via Idiot from your hero. You have been listening to Mason FM with the Midnight Hour. God bless you, God bless this stream, and God bless America as it burns down around my ears. Shitlord out. We're all sons of the Patriots now! See you tomorrow night, boys and girls.